Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, folks on the line as well. We have just for your, I have to read my stuff here. It's good. Ladies and gentlemen, as chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services Committee, I find the human state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. House 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 received from Executive Order 2020-04. Public is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the executive session may follow. The public will observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I declare that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously with or if not outside the electronic media platform. Access to contemporaneously listen, make necessary to participate in this matter on some platform or by telephone. Unnecessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar of the Executive Court website. The rules for this number for this members under this complies with House Rule RSA 91-A. Access should call 271-4600. It's 271-4600. Or email CS at ledge.state. That's HCS at ledge.state. There's no good that I think I misspoke. HCS at ledge.state.nas.us. Access the other or adjourned and rescheduled. Our staff assisting us today. As note, the ground folks are taking their resolution by one call vote. Let's start over by taking roll call attendance. The legislature states their presence, plans also state limited to entering the room. That's our voting is nothing, which is required under the law. Time.
Representative Infantine, I apologize for interrupting, but we're not able to hear you very well at all. We can't hear anything.
If I may, it's very garbled, like there's some sort of interference.
Oh, like he's underwater.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's gargled instead of garbled.
Gargled, yeah.
I was able to this way too. You can go that way, come on.
Oh, I finally got in. They keep leaving me out.
If you could keep talking, that would help us know a little more. No.
Microphone and the level set.
Is there another microphone?
Actually, you should do it at the end of.
Are these tabletop microphones working?
That's definitely better. We can hear you, what you're saying. No,
Or,
any closer to your mouth, perhaps?
I don't know, it's not on ask.
Oh, no, we can't hear you. I just went over, I sent a message to IT to come down and help, but I
Seems like we have to play on this and see if they further us.
I think it might be the mic, but
Yeah, it seems like I can see when any other noise, it picks it up.
yes, I can hear you, Representative, talking without the microphone.
Well, I've got one right in front of me, which is.
Unless I take this one.
Testing on this mic.
This mic.
Actually using it on the soundboard. Two different channels.
The small. You're not the same.
See if if you can get that close.
No, we can't hear you. Can you, are you able to restart the computer? Uh,
The problem is it will pick up the speakers and feed. Is that why we have to go through the stuff?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. If we were thinking if you reboot the computer attached to the TV, and then once you connect to Zoom, I can get you the info. If it's not,
You want us to leave this meeting and go back up?
I think she wants you to reboot the PC.
restart Zoom at least.
Okay.
Okay, you've rebooted. No.
Yeah, how about the desktop mix?
We can hear it. Christina, can you hear us through the desktop? It's a process.
No.
I did it, but it doesn't matter. Obviously, they can't do that.
I didn't know I needed to go to.
sounds very garbled.
Will, I think as I recall, last time you had to switch to using your phone for audio.
Well, this is an issue with the committee room
Oh,
TV.
okay.
Yeah.
You know what we need to do is get Commissioner Merrifield in here. I'm sure he knows his audio.
Right now, don't you?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing, Christina.
It sounds very loud on one end, so we can hear, but it's very, very noisy.
Oh, we were so good after last week.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
No.
I don't have I can't speak. I can't send anyone an email. Testing, testing.
That is a little bit better. Still a little noisy though at the end. It sounds like you're, I don't know, it's very, very loud at the end.
I just got a text saying it might be a bad cable for the chairman to switch out the cable on the microphone.
Are you saying we're still the microphone?
I couldn't hear anything you said.
Very heavy static.
They had that problem with eDNA the other day, and they switched out the cable.
That's why I can do that.
Yeah, but let me turn this off. Do it again.
How about now, Will, anything?
Just a moment, guys. Yeah, it's still vibrating. Okay, you get turn that off, right? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Staticky.
It's fuzzy.
You're
Broken chords.
Static.
Hey, it seems like it's bad, that something in that microphone, probably not even the microphone itself. But
Could record here.
cord, yeah.
You just hear Seaworth very clearly.
Well, I'm trying to plug that in. If it's the same thing, guys, I want to plug in one of these other cords to see if it's this cord. If it's not the system,
That's okay.
sound.
Hey guys, the mics are picking up the sound. The mics are picking up the sound. It's not getting from the sound. The mics are working. It's
That thing, get one behind you. You need this one there.
working. It's not getting from this soundboard to there is the problem.
That's the same thing that's happening with us when, and you can't access through the computer the master line. You click on the audio and it won't allow you to.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what's
Not
happening.
very well, but I can hear you.
The gain up on everything. Yeah, the whole soundboard disconnected stuff. And
We have time. I wish I could communicate with her somehow.
But the mics are working.
Well, and I can hear, like when you talk directly into that, or I can hear my voice getting through to the Zoom.
Can Christina hear us?
I can hear you when you're not talking into the microphone.
Can't hear you.
Now that's shut off. That something we did to that speaker.
Is been turned off.
You want to grab that, put it on the side, put it on this other table so I have more spot. Okay. Thanks.
The audio is going in and out, so we can hear the room sometimes, and then it disappears for a little while, and then it comes back.
Christina, may I make a suggestion?
Commissioner of Labor is a rock star.
Sure.
Following it from the beginning, when they started opening the Zoom, individual Zooms in the room, the microphone started to get worse. So would I make a suggestion to have everybody that is not the main computer to log out of Zoom and see if that clears up the interference?
I think probably the room heard you.
Okay. Joshua, Josh, do you have a phone number for Don Bouchard by any chance? I'm getting an email from Heather that Don Bouchard is still waiting for a login information.
I'll back. He's put that on. He came on a little late and he said, "Oh, I finally got on." He's very loud.
Right. Testing 1, 2. Testing.
So every time I speak.
That sounds much better.
Okay. I just want to thank you, Christina.
Sorry, I just accidentally muted the labor room. I meant to unmute myself. The audio is still coming in and out. So while we can hear you, while you're talking, it will stop. And then we can't hear anything, and then you come back in. Again, I'm sorry, I muted the computer for the room on accident. There you are. No, we can't hear you. I can hear some static in the background. I know you're talking for that reason, but I can't hear any words.
Anybody else on the call here?
Thing I have any experience in, so I appreciate.
1, 2, 3, Christina. Is that any better?
No, same issue. It's very fuzzy. While we can hear your words, it sounds very staticky. And we can't hear anything now.
Try the one in front of you again.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Christina.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm speaking into the table mic.
It's lovely.
Everything from there to here is good, and the wire going from here to that is good. It's from there on, that's not working.
Oh, she said that I'm coming all the way through fine.
Right?
Yes, I can hear you for the most part, Representative Seaworth.
Christina, I'm speaking through the desk microphone as well. Can you hear this?
I can hear most of what you're saying, but it cuts in and out.
I have this off right now. Thanks.
So when I was thinking that we really far, I realized there's a real disconnect where your soundboards. If you've got to start going to the camera, like you're engaging, if you're even just talking to somebody someplace else, you can play with anybody. Some people think the computer will program this.
Okay, Russ? That 2 weeks ago, I went on and said,
We didn't see what we did was we just go to the Zoom.
the exec session,
Was
right before I had to be somewhere. I got in the car, and listened to it all.
You touch my crown?
We can't hear any words.
Can you hear Brian? How's am I feeling on the table, Mike?
No, I didn't hear any words.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the school teacher, Tina.
You right.
How's it over here? Anything?
Yes, that was a little better at the end. I heard anything very clearly.
I don't think that was the only thing I said, but
Well, I heard you pretty clearly right there. head chair infantine, I don't know what it is, but I can't hear you at all. I know you're, but
Good. Silence over the top. We meet with a different speaker. Please.
All right, we're gonna try to hook Will up with a different microphone.
okay.
Good. This full stop.
Why don't you try taking the microphone over there and so you can go through the cord? There's only one cord.
Mics, all the mics in the room are working.
Yeah, but she can hear me fine on this and not him on that one. Which,
Yeah, I guess about this other one.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Christina, can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you there.
Like we're putting a different index. You try it.
let's see.
Okay, Christina. How
That
is
sounds great so far. Keep talking.
1, 2, 3? I'm gonna log back on it. Give you 2 minutes to get back on here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, if you were a little bit louder, if the volume was up a little bit louder, I think we could hear you fine.
All right, we're gonna try to do that right now. You've been to a concert test, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That sounds great.
Bueller, okay.
Appreciation Society.
Christina, I'm gonna try to log on my computer here too, so I can see everybody here on Zoom.
All right, perfect. Although, again, you're a little bit quiet, so you might just have to either turn the volume up or just be a little bit louder, but we can hear the words you're saying.
All right. I would like you to, as I continue talking, they're going to be playing with the volume. Let me know if it gets better as I continue to talk. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah.
You lost it again?
Lost it again.
Am I still coming through?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
And can anybody hear the chair?
No, not really.
Ooh.
You might have to give up your chair, Representative Seaworth.
This way.
Oh, that's my kid.
No, we can't hear anything.
Or is this the only one?
Yeah,
It's not great. It sounds like you're not talking into a microphone. That, I don't know what that was.
This is the one that they say works. This one is sound fine. You can hear me yet?
No, I mean, I can hear you very faintly, but not the clear words.
That's me.
It's here.
It should be.
Excuse me, what's your first name? Hey, Scott, what if we all turned off, or you can give me a call with too many people in the room, all having their Zoom on at the same time? Right, if everyone wouldn't mind turning off their Zooms if they have it on here in the room, just
We heard that.
Testing.
No, didn't hear anything afterwards.
Yeah. I fried, motherboards.
Is that, I don't know.
It's not, it's not good.
I heard sound, but no words.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3.
I can hear words.
You can't hear me.
No, but you still sound garbled. And now we've lost audio. Just seems to come in and out.
Scott's. See, like, find this,
Are you talking?
Scott.
I can't hear anything. I don't hear any words. I hear sound, but no words.
You wouldn't really be able to see and have to hear out loud. Yeah, because they're-
Let me see if we can figure this out.
If they got it converted, what we have to do is kill the mic and sound out of that. So, I'm the state house now. Yes, if your computer works, everyone else. Sure. Thank you. There's this last portion of there. Just now, one just a couple of minutes, see what's going on. Yeah. So, let's be sure the customers are in there. But I'm saying, members. Good. Good. All right, we're going to start with this. See, for us, we know that the sound is going through the air for some reason. So, thank you. So this is password. It's one thing that. Sorry, we have one of the computers. Try to do this. So what are we trying to get to with this? Not here. So what happens if those things, for some reason, we disconnect them, they're taking too much of the air, that's why this. So computers are turning on the computer. Yeah, so there and take out information.
So I think the password is hybrid. To the computer.
So.
The screens are nice. I don't see speakers. So I would say probably
Last week.
especially wrong that it's going to be they did this, I think, these it's actually skill. Same thing. Yeah, you were scared.
A little bit of water then.
Taking out altitude, shut down.
There's a famous Canadian situation. Yeah. So this 727 is flying at 40,000 feet all of a sudden. Mechanisms that's picking something out.
It's like a little bit of
That's cool. What's that? Listen, does everyone read it? Bad. Good. Well,
So what I was thinking, so you can hear, is if you do want to go to your, maybe the key thing to do is go into energy, so you're not in the same room with other people. And hear, speak and listen without.
That's it. They're non-speakers. So we have the time say. So,
Christina,
Yes?
could we ask the chairman to turn off his Zoom feed? Maybe that will help with the audio on his personal device.
He can hear you.
Okay. Sometimes depending on the technology, there will be interference.
It's not. It's not really cost. It's not really cost. You would think the promise sometime that we have. And I think the fact that it's not. So, job. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the 50th anniversary of Chapter. So the stagnant. Seven, we have a town. You know, using the that
Share of software. That's what you said. I'm actually, I can't. The reason why. We just moved some books around, am I continuing them? Christina, if you can hear me?
I can hear my name, but that's all I could hear.
Okay, so not great. I step away from my desk, I can't see anybody right now. It's happening. They fixed the issues twice a week. They just got hurt. So they're now beginning. They know how they did it.
Be a second one, there'll be a little bit of, but it should be a little kind of a mechanism.
Mr. Chairman, the news for the biggest of those fixes. All the names, and the values out there, and some,
Yeah, so he has it. So one of the things here, if you want to show you was the, so, they're doing is they're doing small things and they're doing these classes.
Myself and my computer, could you try to set me up here as, okay. Can you hear me, Christina? Can you hear me not, let's try not on the telephone, okay? Can you hear me not on the telephone, Christina? Is that a yes?
I can hear you.
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I'm gonna-
Yay.
Yeah,
If you could put me on the computer here so I can see everybody.
yeah, we can hear you good.
But, and what, I think what you have to do is go to,
She has to put,
right now it's, you've got it set up to focus on the speaker and you've got to change it to gallery view. There.
okay. If you would give me your thumbs up on, all right. So this is what we're doing. I muted the soundboard on Zoom. We're using my computer. Maybe we can turn that down so we don't hear as much. We do have a little bit of a
What I wonder is, because at
delay
some
here.
point you'll need to hear everybody on there.
Right, we'll just have to be very slow. Would someone, Representative Sullivan, would you unmute, and I'd like to hear you speak to me so we can see how it comes through.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Will, you're frozen.
Thank you. Thank you. What I'm going to ask, there is a 5-second delay. So after you hear me speak, if I do speak, wait a few seconds before you speak back. All right, Christina, I'm going to start again and we're going to see how we do, okay?
Sounds good.
So, just bad habit. I'm going to read this and then we're going to try attendance. You should be able to hear through this or speak of this. I'm going to read the disclaimer. As chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitation Service Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12,
You're on a roll.
Do you think we should just do this whole thing remotely and abandon the LOB for now?
all right, folks, I got bounced off, and I just don't know whether or not I should continue the hearing and then continue to be bounced off if it happens again. So I'm going to continue reading or start reading the script again. And if it does bounce us off, I don't know, I might have to cancel everything until 1 o'clock. Christina, before I continue, do we still have 4 individuals waiting to testify on House Bill 385? Representative Horn, excuse me, Mark Pearson, Steve Pearson, Brian Rill.
We have at least 3 of them.
I see 72 participants.
Have
We're
we
not
taken
here.
attendance? Have we taken
I will
attendance
try
yet?
again.
No.
As chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services Committee,
We did.
No, I have to read the script first, and since you couldn't hear it the first time, I was going to read it again. If you feel everyone's already heard it, we'll go right to the attendance. Seeing no complaints, I'm going to read the script again. As chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Rule 67, the governor's emergency order pursuant number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee. An executive session may follow. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and selective legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available to the House calendar and through the electronic calendar of the General Court website. This notice of this meeting notice complies with House Rule RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Christina Dyer is the staff assisting us. Please note all votes that are taken during the meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start by taking the roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Mr. Clerk. Yeah, you can go. You can speak now.
Infantine,
Here in the room with everyone here in the yellow week.
Seaworth,
Here in the room.
Avalon,
At work, employees around, present.
Yeah, I just saw you.
Callum,
Here in the room.
myself in the room. Nunez,
Here in the room.
it's not gonna work.
Unfortunately, folks, this is not going to work. We have a 10-second delay. We're speaking. I'm trying to not hear what I'm hearing myself say. We're trying to take attendance, and we can't hear you. 15 seconds later, someone might say yes. I'm gonna go scout around, see where I can get us fixed up.
What time do we reconvene?
He's so far behind, I'm sure that is also.
Christina,
I believe he's looking to convene at 1 o'clock, but I'm going to verify before we go anywhere.
I just had a thought, like, what if we all left and tried to restart the meeting? I don't know if maybe it's a Zoom issue today.
It's working in the other committee rooms.
Oh, okay.
So I think he wants to reconvene at 1 o'clock. Let me just verify before anybody goes.
When I logged in this morning to Zoom, it took forever. So I had to shut down my computer, start up and use a different issue of Zoom, I guess, and which is fine. So it's certainly possible that what's happening in the labor room is a bad connection.
It wasn't clear to me whether Will was ready to stop the meeting and start again at 1. I think he wanted to check for some help before he.
No, you,
Representative Infantine is going to try to resume in about 20 minutes with another computer to see if we can work through. And if everybody could just hold tight or just come back in 15, 20 minutes, we'll see what we can do to get started.
I'm leaving.
Sessions. Yeah.
Four of those or two?
Just, can you hear us? 70.
General Electric? So you have to understand how all that stuff works, so when you have a problem, you can understand now.
Overview. Only so much you can do from the car.
Christina, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
The better picture.
Can you hear me, Christina?
Yes, I can. You're a little, it's a little loud, but I can make out every word.
Please talk softly.
Yeah.
That's not that better. That's not much better, but we can still hear you.
Too loud.
Yes and no. Sometimes I find.
Christina, is this too loud?
Actually, that's fine. We can hear you.
Okay,
Years ago, I used
guys, I think we might be in business.
Did the rest of the mics work, or is it just your mic?
That's where this picture's taken.
Checking the table mic now. Is the volume good on this one?
It's perfect. We can hear you all perfectly.
Okay. Having read the,
So you announced we'd start after 20 minutes.
yeah, I know, I'm gonna try to get everyone back on.
Thank you.
Please, if anyone has, thank you, Scott. If anyone has a cell phone number of your fellow members, might want to call someone, try to get them back. I know I said 20 minutes and it's only been 10. See if we can get people. Oh, Representative Sullivan, he's having his early lunch. Nice, nice. I'll call Lino or something. Someone call Ben. Mark Warden. Come on, Mark. See if I can get Mark.
I'm present, Mr. Chairman.
I'll text Ben and Linda.
Oh, okay. He was here. If anyone's here, you want to put the
I'm here.
cameras back on here?
I think that was Mark.
I think that's fine. Oh, because he always screams. Okay.
Right?
Okay, Len, you are here. Cameras are off. I just want to see who is here. Representative Di Silvestro, are you with us?
I just texted her.
Okay, Representative Avellani. All right. Hey, buddy.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mark, you said you were here?
Linda was on a phone call a minute ago.
I'm going to look on the participants and see who I got here. Thank you, Mark. Susie Benruti, John Bouchard, Len Turcott, panelists. Let's see what we got for panelists. Yeah, okay, attendees. Okay, I see all you folks on there. Curtis Berry, Dave Jouvet, Heather Goley. Heather, our plant's doing well since I gave it water. John McAllister, we're going to try to get you guys on here and up and moving very quickly here. Got to wait for a few more people to come on so I can have attendance. I don't need a quorum. I can start. They can come on, but I don't want to. 1, 2, 3, okay. I'm going to open up. Hey guys, I'm going to open up the original hearing and then I'm going to suspend it. And then I'm going to go to the 10 o'clock hearing for those people that are waiting. I think that'd be the best thing since the firefighters, there's only 4 of them and they said they'd like to come back at 1, so I can always have them quickly at 1. That's all the record, everybody. So we're going to start off. I'm going to open 385, then I'm going to suspend it. Suspend it. That's not the right word.
Continue?
Yeah, what's the word? No.
Recess?
Thank you.
Recess, right.
Only took 6 of us. Jeez. We're going to recess that, and then I'm going to open up 590 because there are a number of people
a lot of people, so we can spend, an hour or so. The first one was supposed to go from 9 to 10. This is 10 to 12, so we're only 45 minutes late, so that's what I'm going to do here. Mr. Clerk, would you mind calling the roll? Yes, please.
Infantine,
Here, I'm in the LOB.
Seaworth,
Present in the room.
Avaloni,
At work, employees around, not alone, and present.
Callum,
Here, in the room.
myself in the room, Nunez,
Present in the room.
Warden,
I am here in my home office with nobody else here.
Turcott,
Here in the committee hearing room.
Prout,
He will not be here. He called me, he will not be able to make it.
Boyd,
Here, in the room.
Huff,
Here, in the room.
Sullivan,
Here in my home office alone.
Susie,
Here, at home, by myself.
Barudi,
I'm here in my home office. My assistant's here. She'll be leaving in 20 minutes.
Cahill, Cahill,
Yet another hearing to attend.
Yes.
Di Silvestro,
Here.
Schmidt,
I'm here in Nashua, in my home office alone.
Toomey,
Here in my home office, alone.
Bouchard,
You're on mute, Dan. Don. That's okay. I can read lips. Don Bouchard is here in his office.
No, I'm here at home and alone.
okay. Eddington,
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Representatives, this is what I would like to do. I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 385 FN. It is open. I am now going to recess that until 1 o'clock. I have been in communication on the telephone with the lobbyist, and she has confirmed that they are unable to meet right now. Some of them are getting their second COVID shots, so we're not going to interrupt that. And we're going to have them join us at 1 o'clock. So we're going to recess House Bill 385 FN until 1. I'm now going to take up House Bill 590 FN relative to paid sick time. Unfortunately, things being what they are, I thought we were going to have Representative Cahill, but I guess we're not. We're going to recognize my pages here. My apologies. I got my papers all messed up.
Representative Wallner is the prime sponsor.
Yes. I'm looking here.
Representative Infantine, we do have Representative Cahill joining us.
Thank you. I do not have a representative here on my sign-in sheet. So Representative Sullivan, the prime sponsor, is Representative Wallner. As you said, is Representative Wallner with us?
I do not see her.
I saw her on earlier.
Mhm.
Representative Seaworth, would you mind just?
On Zoom, we cannot hear anything.
Representative Infantine, I do have Representative Altschiller, who is also on the bill, as well as Representative Schultz.
Representative Wallner has raised her hand as well.
Oh, there she is. Okay. It appears we've lost the room. I think that. So it looks like everybody in the office building in the LOB was booted off the system. So I know that Representative Infantine is going to try and get back on. So we will resume technical difficulties.
Christina, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, would you please put the screen back to where it needs to be, and we're going to resume. Members online, not many right now. Okay, as members come online with your videos, please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, it looks like everyone can hear me. All right, the internet system in the building went down. So for anyone who was listening in, there was no hearing that was going on. We suspended as soon as the system went down. The only thing that we had done, and I would like a thumbs up if everyone did hear, Representative Seaworth did introduce House Bill 590.
I didn't.
You didn't yet. Okay, I would call.
Representative Infantine, we do actually have Representative Wallner.
Excellent. All right, Representative Wallner, thank you for your patience and coming back on. You're recognized to introduce House Bill 590.
Okay, I'm unmuted, I believe.
You're fine.
Can you? Okay, good, thanks. Thank you, Chairman Infantine and members of the Labor Committee, and thank you all for your great patience and for how you've all waited to get this problem fixed. Technology is a challenge.
Moment. You on any kind of speaker, if you could, we're having a very difficult time hearing you, at least in the room here. It's very muffled. If you could speak either into the receiver or maybe if you're not on a speaker, and a little louder so we can all hear you. Go ahead. Thank you. I apologize for the interruption.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Is it better now? Okay, I just moved it much closer to me. And thank you again for holding the hearing and for working out the technology problems. My name is Mary Jane Wallner. I'm a state representative from Concord. I represent Concord Ward 5 and Hopkinton. House Bill 590 is a bill that requires employers to provide employees the opportunity to earn a minimum amount of paid sick time. According to research before the pandemic in 2018 by a New Hampshire researcher, Dr. Kristen Smith, who is at Dartmouth now, and at the time was at the Carsey School of Public Policy at the University of New Hampshire, 32% of working people in New Hampshire do not have access to a single paid sick day. Close to 1/3 of the people working in New Hampshire have no sick pay time off. The people least likely to have access, sorry about the clock, the people least likely to have access to paid sick time work part-time and for lower than average wages. Women, particularly mothers and people with family members with disabilities, are less likely to have access to earned paid time. This bill would ensure people who are employed in New Hampshire earn at least 1 hour of paid sick time for every 30 hours they work. The maximum time anyone would be guaranteed in a year would be 72 hours. The bill would not impact anyone currently offering an equivalent or more generous amounts of paid time off that can be used for qualifying reasons, which include one's own sickness, injury, need for medical diagnosis or preventive care, or that of a family member's as defined by the statute. It would also enable this sick time to be used for absences necessary due to sexual assault or domestic violence and for public health emergencies related to closures. The bill would also ensure working people are protected from retaliation for taking the earned time off. I would guess one of the concerns you'll hear is about whether or not it's our business to have any say in what employers offer for benefits. When we leave it up to businesses, we end up with working people least likely to be able to afford missing a day's wages, least likely to have paid time off. We need to set a minimum floor to ensure all working people have some ability to take time to care for themselves or their family when they are sick. If we've learned anything from the pandemic, it's that it's in the public's best interest for people who are sick to stay home. And it is in the public's best interest for children who are sick to be able to stay home from school or childcare in order to limit the spread of contagious disease. I ran a childcare agency for 45 years, and that gave me an upfront and close look at what happens when people don't have access to paid sick days. They go to work sick, and that means that they drop their children off sick at childcare or at school. Nobody wants to send a sick child to school. They do it because they have to, because they can't make ends meet if they miss a day of work. This bill will make sure no one has to choose between a day's pay and staying home when they or their children are sick. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from any of the committee members online? I see Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Wallner, for taking my question. I represent Manchester, and in Manchester, there are an awful lot of small businesses. My question is to you. How will this bill benefit small businesses? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bouchard. Well, I think there are a number of ways that businesses will also benefit from having a minimum amount of sick time available to their employees. As an employer myself for 45 years, I know that it was when someone came to work who was sick, other people then were sick. And then I would end up with an issue where I would have my workforce, I'd have a lot of my workforce out. So the benefit for people to be able to not come in sick and not spread contagious disease is obviously very important. I also think it's really good for retention of employees. I think when employees are looking for work, they're looking for obviously the best wage they can find. They're looking for good working conditions. And having at least a minimum amount of sick time available, I think will help employers retain employees.
Thank you. Any other questions on Zoom, please? I don't see any yellow hands. Anyone that want to physically raise their hand, I'll call on you. Seeing none, are there any questions of the committee members here in the LOB? Representative Hoff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is what will this do for employed folks?
The question was, if you could, what will this do for
self-employed?
What will this do for self-employed?
I'm sorry, I did not hear.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My question was, what will this do for self-employed people?
Well, I don't think that it will affect self-employed people. I think that self-employed people end up having to make their own decisions about their ability to work when they are, maybe when they are not feeling well. And they have to write that into sort of their business plan. There would probably be, this would not affect a self-employed person.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Representative. I would call the next representative.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Deborah Altschiller, Representative Rockingham 19. Representative, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, committee members, for your time and for your service and for your patience with this morning's technical difficulties. I'm very, very glad to be with you today. As a co-sponsor of House Bill 590, I wish to draw your attention to the safe leave aspect of the bill, which enables the program to be used for the needs of people who experienced sexual assault or domestic violence. In Section 7, Part 275I:9, which you can see on page 7 of the bill as printed. I'll give you just a minute.
Could you please repeat the section, Representative?
Sure. It's on page 7, Section 7.
I remember.
Nope, I'm sorry, page 6. Page 6, line 7.
There you go.
My bad. And it's section 275-I:9. Confidentiality and non-disclosure. No employer shall require disclosure of details relating to domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking, or the details of an employee's medical condition as a condition of being provided paid sick time under this chapter. If an employer possesses health information or information pertaining to domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking about an employee or an employee's family member, such information shall be treated as confidential and not disclosed except to the affected employee or with the permission of the affected employee. And so I point that out because it's important to remember I want to draw attention to the people who would benefit so very, very greatly from the opportunity to use paid sick time to deal with these issues. Paid sick and safe days would protect the paychecks of survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking when they need to take time off from their jobs to get medical care, support services, enact a safety plan to get away from their perpetrator, and if they choose, go to court seeking justice. In my work for the last 9 years as a volunteer advocate for one of New Hampshire's crisis response centers, I've been to the hospital emergency departments dozens of times to support survivors of sexual assault. The first time a survivor told me they had to go to work right after their forensic medical exam was complete and that they had been administered a powerful cocktail of prophylactic drugs to address possible exposures to sexually transmitted infections, I was crushed for them, just shook that they were not able to take that time off after such a traumatic event because they couldn't afford to lose the paycheck. Many of my fellow advocates have accompanied survivors to court where they're applying for restraining orders against their abusers. Advocates are frustrated for their clients, seeing them check their watches while they're sitting in court waiting to be called, knowing that those survivors can't afford to miss a work shift, no matter how far behind the courts run. Data from the National Violence Against Women Survey, published by the Centers for Disease Control, estimates that women in the United States lose almost 8 million days of paid work each year because of interpersonal violence. Survivors in New Hampshire who are employed in jobs with no benefits and unforgiving leave policies feel the tide pulling them under as they struggle to cope with an abusive household. Maintaining employment is often the linchpin in attaining financial stability needed to keep a family in crisis steady and self-sufficient while recovering from abuse. No victim in New Hampshire should have to choose between losing a paycheck or going to the hospital for a sexual assault examination and a forensic medical evidence collection. No victim in New Hampshire should have to choose between losing a paycheck or a court date to get a restraining order against their abuser. No victim in New Hampshire should have to choose between losing a paycheck and meeting with a family violence prevention specialist from a crisis center who's helping them build a safety plan and access to life-saving support services. I urge you to keep the thousands of survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, and stalking in mind as you weigh the benefits of paid sick time for the hardworking citizens of New Hampshire. And I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for the representative on Zoom? Seeing none, any in the committee room? Representative, this is Will Infantine. I do have a question for you. In reading this bill, obviously, as there are things I like and don't like, but I really did like section on page 6, section 9 through 15 or 9 through 14 regarding domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking. And the question I have for you is just, how does this work? How do you tell your employer you have a situation like this without having to tell your employer you have a situation like this?
Well, actually, I'm really glad you asked that question. Thank you. Because, you know, ideally you don't. And the idea is that paid sick time, you've earned that paid sick time or safe time, and you can use it exactly for those purposes. Now, we do have protections in New Hampshire that if a survivor discloses to their employer, they cannot be retaliated against. And they have to be accommodated. For instance, if a perpetrator is stalking their victim at work, an employer cannot fire that employee for being a victim of stalking. So we have those protections in place. And the reason we have this space on page 5, and you're looking at employee records, that when an employee does disclose to an employer that they're having, this is their issue, just as an employee might disclose to their employer that they need to take medical time off, but they may not disclose all the details. Like, I may need to tell you I need to take some medical time, but I'm not going to give you the details of my cancer diagnosis. I would tell you that I need to take time off because I'm experiencing some interpersonal violence. I might say domestic violence. I might say I was the victim of sexual assault, but then I have now put you in the position of having to keep that confidential, and I might not want to have to do that to you. So there's a little bit of flexibility in there in that employees may disclose, but they don't have to give you all of the details. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Like, I might not want to go through all of the specifics of my abuse, just to tell you that I've experienced this and I need to take this time because I'm going to court or I have to go to the hospital.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any additional questions.
Thank you for the question.
You're welcome. Thank you. The next speaker is Representative Chris Schultz. Representative, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I am tempted to tell stories from constituents. I represent a part of Concord that has a number of people who earn low wages, work at the big box stores, at the grocery store, service industry, etc. Instead, I would like to suggest we think of this topic for selfish reasons. And I'm going to flip the script on some actual stories that I have heard from workers in our community. So imagine you're at a restaurant and you order a hamburger and the worker has the flu. Or you go to Dunkin' Donuts and the cashier has a cold. Or your mother is elderly and is recovering from surgery and is able to do it more affordably from home, but their care aide has the flu. Or you go to Demola's to buy groceries and the produce stalker has another cold or flu, something that you can catch. All of these are true first person stories, but the point I'm making is all of the largest percentage of folks who don't get paid sick leave actually handle our food, work in the service industry, our home care aides, or work in child care centers. These are frontline workers that during the COVID crisis, they've received lots of gratitude. But if they can't afford to stay home when they're sick, or in the case of the story about the home care aide, she was point blank told by her boss, there is no one to replace you. This person you need to care for would be by herself. You have to report to your job or you'll be fired. In each and every one of these cases, it puts us at risk individually for the lack of paid sick leave. By and large, I think it's about 40% of the workforce in New Hampshire doesn't have paid sick leave. And again, the majority of those folks are people who are in frontline industry jobs, often either handling our food or in some way, shape, or form caring for others. And, you know, so I would suggest these are very good reasons to want paid sick leave for others. And I know because of your technical difficulties, you will appreciate that that will be the end of my testimony. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions of anyone on Zoom? I don't see any questions. Any questions of the representative from here in the LOB? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's call Representative Sophia Wazir from, doesn't say. Sophia?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Representative. We can hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. My name is Sophia Wazir, representing from Merrimack 17 in Concord. I'm speaking today in favor of House Bill 590 FN relative to paid sick time. This time we are in has shown us how contagious viruses can be and the sad consequences of passing our illness on to others, especially those who are elderly or more vulnerable than ourselves. COVID-19 provides a dramatic view of this bill, but even in typical times, the flu and other illnesses can be transmitted, including by those who go to work sick. Those who do not have paid sick days often choose to go to work ill because they count on the money they earn to buy essentials, to buy groceries, to pay rent, and to support their families. I appreciate the way that this bill provides fair treatment to part-time as well as full-time employees. Illness does not distinguish between those who work 20 hours at a job and those who work 40 hours. Throughout my life, I worked many part-time jobs. I worked 2 part-time jobs at a time, one working nearly full-time hours. I interacted with many customers and clients in those positions. And yet, I didn't qualify for sick time. Being paid hourly, I would not be paid if I did not show up to work, and I might be looked at unfavorably if I stayed home to get well. I rarely missed a work day for those reasons. Those days, contagious viruses are greatly on our minds for our good reasons. However, one time after serious injury, I went back to work almost immediately because I could not afford to stay home, and I apologize for the background noise. As the mother of 3 children, I am pleased to see that this bill allows sick time to be used as occurred for family members' medical care. Those moms and dads who work at a low income and part-time jobs who do not earn sick time may need this time for sick child or their child's medical appointment. I have seen parents have to take child from Concord to Children's Hospital at Dartmouth in Lebanon to see the specialist. And that can be not just a tremendous worry, but an all-day event. They shouldn't have to worry about lost wages on top of the medical bills. This bill allows fair accrual of sick time off, and yes, COVID-19 is the most example of this. The states surrounding us have already seen the wisdom of paid sick time and enacted bills. It's time for New Hampshire to do this too, and I hope you will support House Bill 590 FN. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have any questions on Zoom for the representative from the members of the committee? Seeing none, anyone in the committee room? There are no questions for you. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
All right, I have 18 folks ready to speak here. Hopefully you'll be here. If not, we'll give you a couple seconds after we introduce you to take yourself off mute. A number of you have signed in to speak. You need 0 minutes to speak, so I don't know what that means, but we'll find out. So the first person on my list, Ted Jankowski, member of the public. Sir, if you're on the line, you're recognized. Yes, I see your face. Go ahead. Go ahead, Representative. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Ted Jankowski from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 590. You know, this same measure passed in Massachusetts just a few years ago, and I actually worked with friends in Massachusetts on some of the technical aspects of the bill down there. They've since done studies, and they've not seen any negative economic effects because of the passage of a paid sick leave bill down there. But I'd like to speak to one point in particular that I think is really important here from personal experience. That paid sick days reduce employee turnover. I took over a job in Boston once as the president of the Greater Boston Real Estate Board. They had a lot of problems. One of the biggest problems they had was a tremendous amount of employee turnover. And a lot of their positions are highly trained, specific ones for different duties, and it takes you months to train someone. So I was really interested in why was this level of turnover so high, and a lot of it was at the lower ranks in terms of pay. So I took it upon myself to do my own research. I contacted every employee over the 3-year period prior to my taking on the job and spoke to them and asked, why did you leave? Was it not enough pay? Was it not enough opportunity to move up? And I was so surprised that about a third of the employees that had left in that previous 3-year period cited the fact that they didn't have paid sick leave. And they switched to a job that gave them paid sick leave because they were dragging themselves to work or didn't have the opportunity, in particular, to care for their children when they became sick. And that was the biggest issue. So I went to my board, very, very conservative board, to say the least, put the numbers together and showed that we could actually save money if we didn't have such high rates of turnover. If we could just reduce it by that minimal amount, we would be saving money in the long term. And lo and behold, the very next budget year, we went in and we showed that we had less turnover, and actually would save us money in terms of training and things like that. Thank you very much, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members online? Don't see any. Any from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to call, I have Deborah Nelson and I have Deb Nelson. Looks like it's the same one. So Deborah Nelson, please.
Yes, thank you. It is the same person. I assume you can hear me. Is that correct?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I really appreciate, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that you're giving me this chance to speak with you about the importance of providing sick leave to all employees in our state. And I would like to share my own experience of having to use sick time when I herniated a disc in my back. As I'm sure you all realize, it happened suddenly without time to plan. And I was immediately in such excruciating pain that I was sick to my stomach. I was at a restaurant having dinner with friends and I had to leave immediately, although I wasn't sure that I would be able to manage driving the short distance to my house. I couldn't stand or sit comfortably, and the pain was so intense, I honestly couldn't think about anything other than the pain. Fortunately, at the time, I'm now retired, I was a public school teacher and I had sick time negotiated in my contract and I needed it. I needed it both for the following couple of days until the intensity of the pain subsided, and I needed it for my recovery after surgery. And I was always profoundly aware of my privilege in being able to take time off. I speak to you this morning about all those who don't have sick time, who cannot be at home with an ill child or care for an ill parent or recover from surgery or illness without losing pay. I know every single one of us has had that experience of sudden illness that prompts us to spend some time on the floor of a bathroom. And I want you to consider, as was earlier mentioned, those individuals who still must somehow show up for their work. I know I'm not alone in finding it horrifying to consider that someone with the flu might be preparing or serving a meal I plan to eat. I know I'm not alone in wanting the people who work in retail or at the grocery store or in restaurants or in any number of small businesses to know that they can and should stay home when they're contagious. I think also of those caring for children or a spouse or parents who've been hospitalized, who are dying, who are in need of care. And the struggles of these individuals have been made profoundly clear during the pandemic we're experiencing. Those of us with good benefits, those of us with negotiated contracts, those of us who are privileged when it comes to being ill are not the ones we're talking about today. Your job is to govern, I hope, for the benefit of many, not for the few. And so I ask you to consider the greater good as you prepare to support and vote yes on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none in the LOB, seeing none online, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Val Zancook and Rosie Garvey will be after, just so you can get ready. Val Zancook, are you with us? Zancook. It's from Graphic Cast Inc.
On there, but muted.
Val,
Okay, yeah, I am here. I didn't realize my mute button came up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Val Zanchuk. I'm president of Graphic Cast, which is a manufacturing company in Jaffrey, New Hampshire. For the record, I am also the past chair of the BIA, but I am not speaking on behalf of the BIA today. As president of a company twice named as a top 10 company to work for in New Hampshire, and one which currently provides paid time off to our employees, I am not at all opposed to the concept of paid time off or paid sick time. I think company policies and benefits should be constructed to remove or reduce family stress so that employees can focus on the work for which they are paid. These benefits provide financial and emotional support to our employees. They also improve the productivity and profitability of our company. Paid benefits, I think, make good economic sense to the individual, to the company, and to our society. However, I oppose this bill as written because I feel there's an overbearing prescriptive nature included in this bill on how paid sick leave or paid sick time off is to be allocated and managed. Each company has its own history and culture. These provide the basis for company policies and philosophies that make a particular company an attractive place to work. The company's financial conditions also impact its ability to provide benefits. The combination of all these factors allows companies to craft benefit packages that balance employee needs with company resources. This bill intends to create a highly prescriptive set of rules that strip companies of their ability to create policies that make sense for them and their employees. These prescriptions do not take into account company finances, employee demographics, company attendance policies, local cultural norms, owners' philosophies, company operations, and everything else that goes into developing workable policies. I also feel they don't take into account human nature, as anyone who owns or runs a business will confirm. Legislating that companies should have paid sick leave may gain some support in the business community, as this is a policy already in place with many employers. However, dictating how to implement and how to manage paid sick leave will gain no support from the business community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the speaker? Representative Cahill, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vanchuk, for taking my question. I understand from, I read your letter and I heard your testimony. I understand that you agree with the previous speaker that this is a good policy to have, offering paid sick time. It makes economic sense. It's good for your retention. And yet we learned that there are some 30% of employees that don't have it. And how are we to remedy this if we don't, as you say, prescribe rules, minimum rules at that, but do something so that they will have some opportunity to address these situations as they arise?
Well, in reading through the bill, I mean, the prescriptions are so specific as to make every company have almost exactly the same rules. And when you've got tens of thousands of individual employers in the state, each with their own set of circumstances and workforces, you just can't have a blanket policy that fits all the circumstances that each of those companies have, whether it's their financial resources, for example, or whether or not, as like in our case, we operate multiple shifts. We have a mix of different types of people on the floor. I mean, all these things are things that we spend a lot of time taking into consideration when we develop our benefits packages, and they're specific to our needs and specific to what we can afford to do and what makes sense for us and our employees to get the best benefit for everyone. Having a whole list of what we have to do without taking any of that into consideration just creates a disastrous situation for many, many companies. I think if you say, our feeling is that there should be paid sick leave and it should be, X percent of, X number of days per year or something, and then leave it at that. Don't tell us how to put that together, because you can't know what is involved in running my company to be able to tell me from, the other side of the state that this is how I should run my company. I have a better sense of my employees and their needs and their capabilities. And I've already decided, decades ago that this is something that's of benefit to us. And we've evolved that policy over years as our workforce has changed, as circumstances have changed. This legislation would restrict us with many directives about how many days should be allocated, how they're accrued, how they should be. I don't think that's the role of the legislature or government to tell us specifically, especially a private company, exactly how to run every aspect of its business. saying that as a society, having paid sick leave is something that's a benefit to society is one thing, and I agree with that. What I don't agree with is you telling me how to run my program for my business without knowing the things that I know and the things that we have to deal with to make that policy effective.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you, sir. In the bill, there's language that if your company meets or exceeds, what the minimum we require, you're all set. It's not going to be that you have to match it. It's just that, you have to be that as a minimum.
Well, you're suggesting a certain accrual rate, which I think is, again, something that is something that we should be able to determine based on how our company operates. I think the suggestion is something like 12 days a year. We got away from paid sick days and went to paid time off to give our employees more flexibility in how to choose the time. So, and we also have short-term disability in place. So within 5 days, that short-term disability kicks in, so they're not using their sick time and they have another mechanism to support themselves. These are all things that we evolve over time. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with the concept of paid sick leave or paid time off. I just don't appreciate someone who has no knowledge of what we do or whatever thousands of other companies do telling us exactly how that policy should be. You don't tell us what our wages should be. You don't tell us, what our vacation policies should be. We're private companies. We can determine what we want to do. If we're not violating any law, we're free to choose that. If the employees don't like what we're offering, they don't have to work here. If they do like what we're offering, they're going to come in droves. That's the nature of the free market, not only for businesses but for labor. So I don't think prescribing very specific benefits is really the direction we should be going. Saying as a society we should have certain benefits because they benefit society is one thing, but then leave it to everyone to work out the way that makes the most sense for them.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Adjutant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
I wanted to follow up on something you said in your first answer. You made a comment, something similar to if you want to tell us how many days we're required to provide paid sick leave for, then that's a different thing, but don't tell us specifically how to do that. What do you think is a reasonable number of days that the state should ensure that employees have access to paid leave?
Well, when we had specific paid sick leave, and I think it was fairly common in the area, we had three days per year, and it accrued a certain number of hours per hour worked or per week. But what we found was that we were really operating with two systems, a sick leave system and a vacation system. And sometimes those things would be in conflict with each other. So in consultation with a number of other companies as to where they were evolving, they went to a paid time off where there's a pool of days that are available to be used as the employee wishes. So what we did is we took our typical vacation accrual system, which is based on years of service, and we added our 3 days of sick leave to that pool, and we added an extra day that people got and made the whole pool available, which gives the employee a great deal of control over how and when they use those days. So there is right now no level of sick days. There's a level of PTO. So depending on the circumstances, an employee could take 5 days of PTO for an illness, or 2 or 3 days. It gives them the opportunity to manage that, and it also eliminates the situation where you have people needing a sick day, but not having any of the sick days left, and then calling in sick and taking it as an unpaid day, when in the PTO system they could just use it as PTO. So we felt this was a better system for the employees to be able to manage their time. And in all cases, if an employee knows they're going to be out for, going to the hospital with a sick child or something like that, as long as they give us, notice ahead of time, then they can take their PTO, and it's already planned and built into the schedule, and nobody suffers. So I think PTO is a better system, but when we were on paid sick leave, we went with 3 days, and that seemed to be the norm in this area.
Representative, you have a follow-up question?
Yes.
You're recognized. Go ahead.
If you'd take a follow-up, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
So I did the math, and anybody's free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm open to being wrong. Looks like the maximum number of days a year that this would be applicable to is 8.5 out of 365 days a year. Do you think that's an unreasonable standard?
Based on what I read and using 2,080 hours as a normal work year, I think I ran a calculation and it was more like 12 days, perhaps. Maybe I was wrong on that. But 8 days, it's I can't say. I mean, it depends on the business. That's why, it's hard to dictate what's the norm. Some businesses, 8 days may be fine. Other businesses, a richer number could be fine. It really depends on the circumstances of the business. In our case, we, like as I said, we were operating on the 3-day sick day plan for maybe 15 years. And just through our experience, we recognized that PTO was better. Because if you take PTO, and it encompasses everything. It gives the employee plenty of opportunity. And in which case, even for a new employee, the PTO is considerably greater than the 8 days, because it includes sick time plus vacation.
All right. Thank you for your answer. Any other questions here in the committee room? Seeing none. Any online? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Our next call, Rosie Garvey, who's supporting, and then next, Gary Abbott after her. Ms. Garvey, are you available? I see you up there. Just you mute. There you go.
Yes, hi. I apologize. I keep getting notifications that my internet is unstable. So if I cut in and out, please just let me know. My name is Rosie Garvey, and I'm from Amherst, and I'm a current college senior with 2 chronic illnesses, cystic fibrosis and rheumatoid arthritis. And as you said, I'm speaking in support of today's bill. And I'm 22 years old, and so I'm very in tune with how my body is doing and when I'm getting sick. But days when I cannot work still occur much more frequently than I would like, and I have no control over that. Right now, I'm a full-time student, but I also work in retail part-time. I'm lucky that my managers are very accommodating and do not require me to come into work when I'm sick, but I still have to miss a day's worth of pay, whatever the symptoms. I'm also very lucky to currently live with my parents.
We've lost you, Ms. Garvey.
Submit a written testimony if it keeps coming in and out, or do you want me to just start again?
Is there a way that you have? I don't know what to tell you. You kept cutting in and out. We'll try it again, and then if we can't, I'm just going to have to ask you to send in written testimony. But go ahead again, please. I guess we do have your written testimony, but go ahead, please, and we'll try this again. You don't have.
Really sorry about that.
I did hear that you're full time. We did hear up to the point where your employer does give you some time.
So I work in retail part-time, and I'm lucky my managers are accommodating and do not require me to come in when I am sick. But this still means I have to miss a day's worth of pay. I'm also lucky that I currently live with my parents. Stress of missing a paycheck. However, I'm graduating college in May, and when I truly enter the workforce, I'm nervous about what that's going to mean for me as a chronically ill person. In 2020,
Ms. Garvey, I don't mean to be rude, but we have a lot of people that need to testify. You keep breaking up and we cannot hear you, so I'm going to have to accept just your written testimony. I'm sorry we can't hear you. And I'm going to have to call Gary Abbott if you can, Ms. Garvey, if you can have a better mechanism, a phone call. You're calling in Zoom. There is a phone call there mechanism. Then you can call back and maybe we can get you back in the queue a little later. But thank you. I'd like to call on Mr. Gary Abbott, who opposes this, and after Mr. Abbott, Jennifer Frizzell. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you very much, Chairman Infantine and committee members. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I'm before you today, as I have been in previous sessions, opposed to this legislation. I can tell you that we brought it up before our board of directors and our legislative committees and our HR committees, and they all want to retain the company putting together their own vacation and sick time policies. This bill heads us in a direction of a prescriptive state policy for all businesses, whether full or part-time. We recognize that we're in support of sick leave, but we like to leave it up to our individual companies to decide what type of policy and how much time to be given, be all part of those policies. This seems to put in a lot of things that some companies have, some companies don't. Some companies go beyond this. So it also would raise some issues with smaller firms that don't do an accrual basis. This would mandate an accrual basis of keeping track, which smaller firms would not. Most of the firms that I represent are larger construction firms that already have set in place very specific policies regarding sick leave. And therefore, I think it's, from our position, it would be not a good policy to start writing these individual company policies into state statutes. With that, we would hope that the committee would vote this bill inexpedient, and I would end my testimony there. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Zoom from the committee members for the speaker? Seeing none, any in the committee room? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call Jennifer Frizzell, followed, and then after Jennifer, David Duvet. Jennifer Frizzell is with the New Hampshire Women's Foundation and supports the bill. Go ahead, Jennifer, if you're with us.
I am. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Infantine and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jennifer Frizzell. I work as the Director of Policy at the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, and we are the only statewide nonprofit dedicated to grant making, research, and advocacy on behalf of women and girls across New Hampshire. I'm here in support of House Bill 590 today. Two of the areas that are of particular focus for the New Hampshire Women's Foundation are women in the workforce and women as caregivers. And those are two issues that are particularly highlighted by the proposal before you today. The Women's Foundation has been monitoring the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic across the state, both through the funding that we provide to local nonprofits and also to research that we commissioned earlier this year in partnership with Dartmouth. I did cause to be delivered into your mailboxes earlier this morning before the 10 a.m. originally scheduled hearing, a copy of a 4-page data report that we just put out at the end of 2020 that I'm going to be referring to just a little bit in some key points of my testimony. The larger summary of being that women are carrying a disproportionate number of the health and economic burdens in our state as we move through COVID. And women need the legislature to be prioritizing public policies that are going to help them be an equal part of the recovery. So some of the key findings of the report that we looked at over 9 months of women's experience with COVID concluded that women are experiencing a higher percentage of COVID cases and COVID deaths. that female workers face increased occupational hazards because of their overrepresentation in the jobs that are viewed are essential workforce or our frontline occupations. In New Hampshire, that's 68% of that workforce is women. That more women are losing employment and earnings as a result of the pandemic than men. And I document the unemployment trends that have shown this, as well as the different types of economic sectors where women do and don't have the flexibility to work at home, and how that impacts their economic opportunities and their need for sick leave. And then finally, across the state and across the country, most of the responsibility for caregiving, whether it's as a result of disrupted childcare or disrupted school access and remote school and hybrid school, is falling on women. And so this is a very important bill to make certain that women have the opportunity to have the time that they need and the economic support that they need. The very same industries where women are overrepresented in New Hampshire, that has them spending more time on the front line of this pandemic, are many of the lower wage industries that are less likely to provide benefits like sick leave. Similarly, as you've heard from previous witnesses today, women are more likely to carry multiple part-time jobs than their male counterparts, and as a result, they're likely to have less access to sick leave. The need for paid sick days is more urgent than ever. And we know that if we continue to force women who are in some of the most vulnerable economic situations to choose between their financial well-being and the health of their family and community, they will have no choice but to choose their own economic survival. There have been several economists, including a few here at the state, who have said that the best economic stimulus for us to move our way out of this pandemic and inspire and generate the state economy is to make sure that women have the same access to return to full employment and to retain the flexibility and employment that they have for their family's health and well-being. And therefore, we strongly not only believe that this is an important policy for women and men and for the health of our families and communities, but it's also a critical policy in closing the gender disparity that now exists in the state with regard to who has sick leave and who does not. So with that, I'll thank you for the opportunity to testify and certainly answer any questions or be available for any follow-up.
Thank you. Are there any questions here in the committee room for our speaker? Seeing none, any questions for the members of the committee on Zoom? I do not see any hands. Thank you, Ms. Brazil, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to now call David Juve from the Business and Industry Association, who opposes the bill, and then I'll follow by Joel Iwaskowski. Mr. Juve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I trust you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy at the Business and Industry Association. We are here this morning in opposition to House Bill 590. Our objection to the bill is twofold. One is philosophical and one is practical. The philosophical one has already been touched on by other speakers who are opposed to the legislation, recognizing that it doesn't really make sense for the state to require a one-size-fits-all employee benefit. I assure you that businesses large and small understand the importance of a paid sick leave benefit, and the businesses that are not providing it are not doing so because they don't recognize the importance of it. They're doing so because they don't have the financial resources to offer such a benefit. Every company in New Hampshire right now is in competition for employees, and every employer understands what they need to do and what they need to provide in terms of employee benefits to both attract and retain employees. So I would ask that the committee find this bill inexpedient. The other area I mentioned is a practical one, and it relates directly to the COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, there are many businesses, probably many of the ones who are not able to provide a paid sick leave benefit, that are in a life and death struggle to survive. And passing this type of legislation, which would create extraordinary costs on the part of some businesses, may be the tipping point that would put them out of business. And I don't think that would be in either the best interest of the state or the employees that are currently working. So I'd ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the speaker here in the committee room? Seeing none on committee members on Zoom, I will recognize Representative Michael Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Juve, for taking my question. I understand that businesses are having a very difficult time, but it's the employees of these businesses that are also having a very difficult time. And if they don't earn much money to begin with, they're working part-time, and then they get sick and they can't come to work, and then they can't pay this bill or that bill or fix their car. So again, they can't go to work. How can we motivate, if we can't legislate, how can we motivate these businesses who you say are not choosing because they don't like the concept, but that they can't afford it? Maybe if you can't afford to provide for your employees, then you really can't afford a business.
Well, I would suggest that this bill represents somewhat of a downward death spiral. And I would suggest that although a person working a lower wage job and without a paid sick leave benefit is not ideal for that individual, being unemployed because the business goes out of business is even less ideal.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Adjutant has a question. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on a comment you made about businesses going out of business, and this might be the tipping point that sends certain businesses out. I will be generous and use the math that a prior speaker used in order to have a more conservative estimate. When I did the math, timing 8 days of available paid sick leave a year times 8 hours a day times $10 an hour, which is about the what I'm assuming is a lower wage, that still puts that person competitive, but puts them out of range for the benefits that you'd get at a larger business. We're talking about $640 a year per each employee at one of these small businesses that would theoretically be crippled by this devastating legislation. Does that really square? Do you think $640 or even $700 per employee would really destroy some of these businesses that otherwise would struggle to comply with this legislation?
Thank you, Representative. I guess I would respectfully suggest it doesn't matter what I think. I assure you that small business people are equally good at math and that they provide the benefit packages that they are able to provide to attract and retain employees. So I don't really know how many would be driven out of business by this, but I can tell you that the struggle right now is real and that there are a lot of businesses, smaller businesses, especially businesses in the travel and tourism related sector of our economies, restaurants, small hotels that are really hurting right now and don't need an additional burden.
Thank you. Any other questions? Someone's pointing. I don't see what you're pointing.
It's Lino. I can't see it there. I can see it up there. Representative Avalon.
Representative Avalani has a question.
I don't see it on my screen.
He's there though.
I see his screen. I don't see a yellow hands up, but Representative Avalini, if you're recognized to a question, if you have one.
It's actually a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I'd like some clarification on Representative Cahill's comment that if people can't afford sick time, that they can't afford a business. I just want to make sure that I understood that correctly.
I
Can I
think
reply?
that is how I understood it. Any other
Thank
questions?
you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Duvey, if I could as well.
Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Duvey, for taking the question. Could you expound upon the hospitality industry and the issues that we're facing at this particular time with employees having to close due to potential issues, the lack of distancing between tables and those ideas there that allow us to operate at a severely reduced capacity, and that this would be a burden at this time to imply on every small business in the state.
Yes, I think the pressure is coming from two different areas. One is external, and the reality is because of COVID-19 and guidelines that are in place, not just in New Hampshire, but around the country, people are making decisions to travel less than they normally would. And that's probably a good thing. In fact, I'm certain it's a good thing is a method for reducing the spread of coronavirus. So right away, restaurants and other hospitality-oriented businesses are seeing less demand for what they can provide. On top of that are issues that you raised, New Hampshire-specific guidelines in terms of number of customers that are able to be let in, the dividers that need to be put up, the social distancing that needs to be in place. All of these have caused our customers and revenue at restaurants to go down, and that probably won't change until a sufficient number of us have been vaccinated and we see a pretty significant downturn in the incidence of people being impacted by this disease.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Josh? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gervais. While I appreciate that the times are especially difficult for the restaurants and hotels and many industries, would you agree that this bill, if it were to pass, would not take effect until the summer at the earliest, and that certainly there would be some opportunity to be phased in or perhaps adjust this? I don't know that we can legislate for conditions that are here now and will most likely not continue indefinitely.
Representative Cahill, thank you. I don't have the same confidence that you do that things are going to be dramatically improved by the summertime. I think there will be gradual improvement as the New Hampshire population and the population around the country gets vaccinated. But I think everyone agrees that is going to take some time to happen. But aside from that, it doesn't really address BIA's concern, which is we don't think it's the appropriate role for the state to mandate one size fits all employee benefits. Every company is different. Some companies have the ability to offer very generous benefits. Other companies are such that they don't have the ability to offer the same level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on our next speaker, I just wanted to make an announcement. We will be continuing through the lunch hour to try to get caught up for this morning. So legislators in the room, if you'd like to go eat or whatever, you feel free to do so. All you guys at home, don't make us too jealous, but you feel free to eat. If you are eating, please possibly put yourself on the camera off. So there you go, Representative Sullivan. Originally, I had planned to have a phone call caucus with the Republican members of the committee at noon. For those that could have attended via phone and those in person, we're not going to do that today. I'll have to reschedule that to some other time. So with that, I will continue on, unless there's any questions of the committee members.
I'll continue on. Joel Waskowitz, representing himself in support. And then after Joel, Ray Ellen Duville. Mr. Waskowitz, are you with us? And I hope I did not destroy your name.
I do not see him online.
I'm sorry, Christine?
I don't see him online in the queue.
If he does come back on, let me know, please.
Okay, I will.
And just in case, did Rosie Garvey ever try to come back on?
No, I didn't see her come back on.
Okay. Ray Ellen Duville, followed by Amy Bradley. Ray Ellen. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have a daughter with a chronic health condition. When she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 2, she spent time in a hospital. We had subsequently had multiple medical incidents that required constant attention. We alternated staying with her in the hospital, but for one of us, it was tough to manage with the employer. In addition, a child with a serious medical illness creates economic stress, putting parents in a vice between caring for the child and their employment. It's more difficult when one does not have paid time off from work to make all necessary appointments for their child. So many families in New Hampshire are in this situation right now. We made it work and our employers did what they could, but it shouldn't come down to having a good employer for parents to ensure the child will get necessary care and still pay their bills. The pandemic has made this even harder for working families, and I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Looking for any questions for the speaker? None in the committee room. Anything online, on Zoom? Any committee members, any questions? I see none. Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Amy Bradley, followed by MK Kilcoyne. Amy Bradley, representing herself, is in support. Ms. Bradley? Or Brady, I'm sorry. Sorry, you don't have Tom Brady on the mind. Miss Brady.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, can you guys see me at all, or is it just audio?
Just your picture.
Just my picture? Well, hopefully it's a good one. Well, good morning. Actually, it's good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you. Representatives, for your time. I'm here to give testimony in support of House Bill 590. Again, my name's Amy Brady, and I live in Hollis, New Hampshire. First and foremost, I'm a mother of two, a career employee and spouse of a combat veteran. Both my children have life-threatening chronic medical conditions. One, my 9-year-old daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and she is currently 9. I've had to use paid sick leave through my employer, but that's not always the case, and sometimes I have to take leave without pay. I have often had to miss work to ensure that she gets to her numerous monthly doctor's appointments. Working people should have access to paid sick time. No family should have to choose between a paycheck or taking care of a child with a chronic illness. But too often, this impacts everything for a parent with a child with a chronic illness in terms of long-term economic security, not just paying bills, but retirement, use of public assistance programs, unemployment costs, and healthcare benefits. For caregivers without access to paid sick time, it is categorically difficult to make ends meet. Even for caregivers who do have sick time, such as myself, we end up using most of it to take care of our sick loved ones, and we're often left without time to take care of ourselves. And as someone who identifies with a person with a disability, it's a real problem. The driving concept of economic legislation is to correct failures of the market economy. Paid sick leave, as it stands today, is a failure. We encourage citizens to work and contribute to the economy, but people need families to be healthy and happy, which is their own right. A current system forces a choice between these alternatives. and far too many of us of our most critical workers. And as COVID has shown, incentivize employees to go to work so they can keep paying for their rent. This conflict must be removed from the system if we want safe and productive workers who are able to make choices consistent with public health. Additionally, this issue disproportionately affects women, such as myself, that are often the primary caregivers within the family. As a primary caregiver, I've had to step away from promotions because of the need to make all of the appointments for my children and the negative attitudes that employers have when you're taking paid or unpaid leave or entitlements. We need better systems in place to ensure that women can remain in the workplace, especially during a pandemic and an economic crisis. House Bill 590 would help. Of note, hearing some of today's testimonies from the companies opposing, it appears they also reflect from male-dominated labor markets. And I would ask them, what is your ratio of male to female employees? Thank you for your time today. Amy Brady from Hollis, New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you to your family for their service to this country. Have any questions of anyone in the committee room? Seeing none, any online? Cindy, thank you very much, Ms. Brady.
Thank you.
Testimony. And I would like to call on MK Kilcoyne, followed by Sheila Ranch. MK Kilcoyne, are you with us? I don't know MK. It says Mike Kilcoyne. Anyone? You see anyone?
I do not see MK Kilcoyne.
Mr. Kilcoyne, I believe, is supporting himself, and he's in support of the bill. We will next call on Sheila O'Ranch, followed by Mark McMurphy. Is Sheila with us? Yes, she is.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. We can hear you fine.
Good. I can't hear myself. I have been fascinated with this process. While I was waiting for things to come back, I was again reading through the bill. A few points came up outstandingly to me. Under the accrual of paid sick time, it says employees shall not accrue or use more than 72 hours of paid sick time in a calendar year unless the employer selects a higher limit. With that limit, I don't understand where the 8 days or all the other math comes from, but I don't want to get an answer yet. The people who have lived with this bill can answer that later. I have a few key points. First of all, this bill is a good starting point. It's part of the entire matrix of creating a family-friendly economy so that New Hampshire can attract and retain young people, working families. This is a little piece of that, but it's a start. Having 3 days of sick time is just a start. From my point of view as a small business owner, I don't think it's unreasonable, given enough time, to work this into your business plan. My husband and I are what some people might call elders. We're 73 and we're operating multiple businesses. But for all those years before we jumped ship on the corporate life, we were employees. I've had the experience of having a teenager have a mental health crisis and losing my job because I needed to go to appointments and family counseling appointments. And it had to be both of us because we only had one car. When I could not answer my boss as to how long is this going to go on with a specific amount of time, he said, then I have to get someone else into your job. There was no safety net for that. I've also had the experience of my granddaughter, who at the time was about 3, a skinny little whippy child, who almost died because an employee went to work at that Wendy's in Framingham, Massachusetts, with salmonella, which was misdiagnosed as flu because the symptoms are quite different. But that employee went to work sick and infected many, many other people also. But she was tiny and she could have died. I totally agree with Mr. Is it Vanchuk that paid time off is better. If you have the resources, you shouldn't have to lie and say you're sick because you want to do something else, because you have to take someone else or take care of someone else. So paid time off is better, but most small companies can't afford this. Looking at the language of the bill, this is not requiring any company that has a superior plan to change it. But it is being a little bit prescriptive about how sick time can be interpreted. Going down to the description of it, I was concerned that health professionals did not include mental health counselors or rehabilitation counselors. They're not doctors. They may be referred to from the doctors, but you don't have to be a licensed medical professional to provide mental health services. If anything, I would like to see this bill strengthened to include a little bit more in the definition of what a medical professional is. I'd also love to have the idea of basic sick time. That's not going to be enough, but it's better than nothing. The relationship between an employer and an employee should be based on trust, honesty, integrity, and mutual loyalty and compassion. If you have to lie to somebody about why you're not at work, or if you can't take a day off to take care of yourself or someone else, then it's hard to have that kind of trust. I would love to have questions from anyone. I have my timer set.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the members?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of the members online? No. Any question of the members here in the committee? Since you'd like a question, I have one for you. On page 2 of the bill that you referred to, employees shall not accrue or use more than 72 hours of paid sick time in a calendar year, on page 20, on line 21. That is just for sick time.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't this bill greatly exceed that for other mechanisms, for other reasons?
I don't see anywhere. I would love to have someone who is more familiar with the bill tell me where the numbers came from of more than 3 days. That was my major objection, that that's not enough.
My numbers were lower than that, so.
So if you can't accrue more than 72 hours in a year, that's pretty explicit. 275I2, accrual of paid sick time. Number 3, I do understand the objection of the business community to anyone telling them what to do. Most of the companies in BIA, which I used to belong to and participate in, are much larger than my companies. This bill is not trying to address the companies doing a good job. This bill is trying to create some kind of a minimum safety net so that the people who are most disadvantaged have something at least. something. If you have the flu, you should not be going to work for 5 days. 3 sick days isn't going to cover it. But it's better than nothing, and it's a good start. I'm really proud of the people who sponsored and crafted this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Now I'd like to call on Mark McMurphy, followed by Dr. Randy Hayes. Is Mark McMurphy with us?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, we can.
I support this bill and agree very much with Representative Wallner's assessment and reasoning behind the bill. So I want to add just a few points that haven't been brought up yet. Number one, the mechanics of whatever they may end up being of how to account for this is pretty standard stuff that if you use a payroll company or payroll software, most of the companies in the software can account for the accumulation of paid sick time. By the way, I'm the executive director of White Birch Center in Henniker. We do childcare, school-age programming, and senior programming. There is definitely a cost to turnover of employees. If an employee leaves, even if an employee is fired, my standard here when we lose an employee is 18 months before that employee feels completely comfortable with their job, the workplace, the culture. And it's an expensive proposition to replace somebody. And if somebody leaves because they don't have paid sick time, that cost far outweighs the 72 hours of sick time that they've accrued, in my opinion. And finally, we deal with a lot of clients who have to work. They can't work from home, and they drop their children off for childcare. And the number of times that we've had parents approach us over the last 7 years since I've been here to ask for us to provide free childcare because they've lost their job for whatever reason, and some people have lost their job because they've had to attend to a sick child. It's a memorable number. It's not every day, but it's definitely something that concerns me. And also, when they do lose their job and they have to go look for a job, they need childcare. So for the employers who are unable to provide sick leave, and when somebody does have to work without pay or they're fired, the committee should understand that there's a cost to that to other businesses, either utilities, landlords, or in our case, childcare, where we want to help that family as a nonprofit, but we are absorbing a cost with that. And that's my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none online, any in the committee room? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Would it be out of order to provide a point of clarification on one of the prior questions and testimony?
I don't think so. What did you, I don't understand what you're trying to do.
The previous speaker to this one, there was some confusion around the math and
Oh,
hours,
sure.
and I just figured that out and wanted to take an opportunity to clarify in case anybody was confused.
I will give you that latitude. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking back at page 2, where we were talking about employees shall not accrue or use more than 72 hours of paid sick time in a calendar year unless the employer sets the limit higher. So what I did was started at the 2,080 hour a week standard, divided that by 30. It comes out to 69, rounding up to 70. So I think that's just the base standard to make the math work with the 1 hour of paid sick time for every 32 hours with a little bit of wiggle room just in case an employee's clocked in for a little bit longer or something like that. So that does add up in that regard.
Yes, I have done the similar math. I agree.
Just want to
Thank
make
you.
sure.
You said 70. I was straight on money.
He was trying to utilize the 72 hours paid sick time that's allowed under this bill, and 1 hour accrued for every 30 hours of work, which loosely on a 22,080 hour year comes up to about 29. 70 with 69, 70 hours.
It's too short of 72.
Yeah. We're just trying to clarify the numbers since we were kind of throwing around some numbers. So
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
A lot going on here.
I'd like to call on retired Dr. Randy Hayes, followed by Molly Lunn Owen. Dr. Hayes is a New Hampshire Medical Society and is in support of the bill. Doctor, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to those online and to the committee specifically. My name is Randy Hayes. I'm a retired family doctor, practiced in Concord for 35 years. And during my years of medical practice, I met hundreds of people who were unable to take proper care of their own and their families' needs due to a lack of paid sick time. I think Representative Wallner spoke about the 33 some odd percent of the total workforce in New Hampshire that currently does not have a single sick day that's paid available to them. And I would submit that if you took that percentage and focused primarily on people known to be at high risk for such a lack of an essential benefit, those being people of low income, part-time workers, people of color, the uninsured, and new Americans, not to mention the predominant women who staff the workforce of essential medical providers in settings like home care and nursing home care, you would get a much larger percentage of that portion of the workforce being deprived of a single day of paid sick time. I go into a little more detail in my written testimony, but let me just say that when these high-risk persons have to lose a day's pay in order to address an acute personal or family illness, many Granite Staters now have to choose one of the following three harmful and lousy options. One is to go to work sick, and many speakers have already alluded to the risk of such behavior, not only to the employee, but to the fellow employees, and even to the employer, as well as to the public, especially during pandemic time. The second poor option is to delay necessary care until the problem becomes so urgent that one has to resort to emergency room care for a worsening and more difficult to treat progressive illness. This is a very expensive proposition in terms of the finances of healthcare, and also a very inferior choice of where to get the best care at the most opportune moment. And the third very unoptimal choice is to delegate the care of a sick child or a disabled senior family member to a kind but ill-informed neighbor who can transport the patient to a healthcare professional for care. This is an inferior choice because the neighbor cannot detail the essential information and provide the advocacy for such a sick family member at a very important time. We in medicine realize today that the family doctors have receded from the front lines of serious healthcare, and this is for obvious complex reasons, but leads many people to have to deal with strangers when dealing with hospital or medical emergencies without the input of their family doctor. And all the more reason to allow family advocates who are employed in the workforce to be able to take time at relatively short notice to do absolutely crucial advocacy for their family members. So in conclusion, I would say that paid accrued sick time reduces the financial and emotional pressures to employees and employers during a time of urgent illness. I believe the assistance offered by this bill would not be inherently abused and, contrary to some testimony, would not be financially abusive, though it be prescriptive to the smaller employers we've talked about today. I believe HB 590 will contribute to a healthier workforce and a more family-friendly economy. Thank you, and I'm very open to taking any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of our members online? Seeing none. Any questions of our members in the committee room? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Molly Lund Owen, if she is with us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. For the record, my name is Molly Lund Owen. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire. And thank you so much to the committee members and the public for being here and your grace with a tricky technology situation. I really appreciated that. I am writing in support of HB 590. I'm a new mom to a really chubby and happy 9-month-old who thankfully is sleeping in the room next door. So you shouldn't hear too much noise from her during this testimony. My husband is an engineer and a Navy reservist, and he's preparing to deploy to the Middle East for 10 months, starting this spring. So with all due respect to the business owners who spoke before me, a general PTO might work for a large company, a construction company or a manufacturing company, but I've worked in nonprofits my whole life, and the reality is that the one I most recently worked for could not afford to maintain a short-term disability policy. And so we had 2 weeks of sick time and disability sick time and paid leave that we could use at our discretion throughout the year. I was almost hospitalized with the flu last spring, and I missed almost 2 weeks of work. It was pre-COVID, and I was pregnant. And in my previous job, had I been working there, that would have been the entirety of my paid leave. So I would have returned from sick leave to have no maternity leave and also no leave for doctor's appointments for myself or for my new baby, and also no time to be with my husband before or after his deployment. And thankfully, I run my current organization, so we do offer paid sick leave, but most military spouses in New Hampshire and at least a third of families who are single parent families don't have a second parent available. In fact, their partner is basically on deployment permanently because it's just them, and it's really not fair for working moms, specifically working parents in general, to have to choose between their families and their work, because I want to work. I want to contribute to the economy in New Hampshire. I don't want to drop out of the workforce because the work I do is important to me. And I urge you to consider the views of those who spoke before me and the testimony in supporting HB 590.
Thank you for your testimony. Again, thank you to your family for your service to this country. Any questions here in the committee room? Seeing none. Any online? I don't see any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Christina, I'm just looking to see if Rosie Garvey or Joel Owaskowitz or MK Kilcoyne are in the queue.
I do not see, but give me just a moment to look.
Rosie Garvey, who's having connection problems, Joel Owaskowitz, who was not here, and MK Kilcoyne, who was not here.
I do not see them, though. Oh, I do see a Paula Garvey. Perhaps she's using a different, let's see if that is her. Ms. Garvey, is that you?
Hello, this is Paula Garvey here. I'm sorry, we were trying to connect via phone. I can put, this is Paula Garvey here, Rosie Garvey's mom. I would like to put Rosie on first because she has first-hand information that I think might be very useful for this bill.
That is fine. Thank you. We will recognize Rosie Garvey, who is calling in with Paula Garvey, and after Rosie, we will hear from Paula Garvey. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Ms. Garvey, you're on the air. No. Rosie.
Yes, hello, sorry. Yeah, we got some complicated. I was on my phone. It's okay. So, my name is Rosie Garvey and I'm from Amherst. And as I said before, I have two chronic illnesses. I have cystic fibrosis and I have rheumatoid arthritis. And that's why I am in support of today's sick leave bill. Right now I'm a full-time college student, but I also work in retail part-time. And while I have really accommodating managers, that still means whenever I'm sick, I miss a whole day's worth of pay. I'm lucky currently to live with my parents, so that minimizes the stress of having to miss a paycheck. But I'm going to be graduating college in May, and when that does happen and I have to enter the workforce truly, I'm nervous about being a chronically ill person in the workforce. In 2020 alone, I had to be hospitalized 3 times, all for over 3 days, and had countless sick days from work and school. And that was a considerably healthy year for me. When symptoms of my illnesses pop up at random and without warning, I wake up and I don't get to choose whether or not to go to work. I'm often in too much pain to get out of bed or have to immediately call my doctor and get to the hospital. If paid sick leave were required by the state on days where I am so unwell that I cannot work, I would be able to focus on getting better and not on missing a paycheck. It's not whether or not I'm willing to go to work sick. I'm physically unable to go to work sick. So I either lose the paycheck or I get paid. My medical conditions cost me enough in terms of hospital bills, prescriptions, and other unexpected costs. So the possibility of not getting paid for days I am sick just adds to that financial strain. I also know that I'm just one story of a New Hampshire citizen who would be very positively impacted by this bill. I hope you'll consider those of us who want the opportunity to be successful in the workforce and don't deserve to be punished financially for the unfair hand we've been dealt. And I hope you'll consider that while making your decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So my mom also signed up to speak. She just let me jump on. Would it be okay if she spoke as well?
Yes, but would you please hold online because we're going to ask if there's any questions about your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any questions online for the speaker? None, any in the hearing room? None. Thank you very much for sticking on and going through, and we will now recognize Paula Garvey.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to hop onto this call. I will be very brief. I think Rosie's story probably gives a better feel for this bill than me. So my name is Paula Garvey. I live in Amherst, New Hampshire, and I support this bill to ensure access to paid sick leave in New Hampshire. As you know, my daughter Rosie was born with cystic fibrosis, and this is a chronic health condition that affects the lungs and many other organs. CF requires a lot of medical care, frequent doctor's visits, and unfortunately hospitalizations. At the age of 15, Rosie was also diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, which had a huge impact on her health. Both conditions have led to multiple hospitalizations and surgeries. And honestly, it has been very challenging as a family to work and to care for a child with health conditions. In the past, when Rosie was hospitalized, I was fortunate to have 4 days paid leave. But after that, I would have to use unpaid leave. This was particularly stressful for me. My husband and I used to juggle our sick days to ensure one parent was available. On one occasion, my older daughter, who lives in New York, came home to support us when Rosie was hospitalized because we used our sick days. I cannot for a moment understand or be able to put myself in a position where I had no paid sick leave days. Parents with children of chronic health conditions have to attend multiple appointments. When Rosie is healthy, she is clinic every 3 months, often with appointments between clinic visits also. Rosie is 22 now, so she is independent. But in the past, and I know there are many other families who really struggle to juggle working and having a child with a chronic health condition. It's very, very difficult to manage work and sick days at time. And then lastly, can I just add that on a general note, and as pandemic has taught us, it is imperative to stay at home when feeling unwell so as not to spread infection. I used to work in the school system and was exposed to many viruses, germs, but and I know the impact it can have, and we all know at this stage. Knowing that the people have a cushion of some pay, I think would make it easier for us to make the right decision. Thank you for allowing me to hop in like this, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Okay. Any questions for the speaker? I see none in the committee room. I'm seeing online. I do not. Thank you, Ms. Garvey, for your testimony. I have one last speaker, Susan Ladmer.
One last speaker.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Susan Ladmer. Christina, do we have anyone else in the queue waiting to speak?
We do have a few people that signed up after you were delivered your sheet, and many of them have their hands raised. So it looks like we have about 5 folks who are looking to speak in addition.
Okay, please,
So we have Kristen Smith.
Kristen Smith. Okay. Kristen, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you. It just took me a minute to unmute. So I am a professor at Dartmouth College, but I used to be at the Carsey School at UNH. And when I was there, I conducted analysis and fielded a study on the Granite State poll and asked some questions. This was in 2018 about, I asked questions of workers in New Hampshire, whether or not they had paid sick days from their employer. And so I provided written testimony last night, but I was teaching, so I didn't know, today I taught, so I didn't know if I would make it in time to provide any written, oral testimony. So I just want to draw your attention to the testimony that I provided in a written form. And basically I analyzed the Granite State poll data from 2018 and looked at the percent of New Hampshire workers who lack access to paid sick days. So in 2018, 32% of New Hampshire workers lacked access. And I analyzed the data looking at where some discrepancies lied in terms of those who have access and those who don't. And you can see that in table 1 in my written testimony. And so workers who work part-time are much more likely to lack access than those who work full-time. This, isn't surprising because a lot of our workplace standards are guaranteed for, it's tied to full-time employment, but we do have workplace standards that are guaranteed for all workers, regardless of their work hours, such as the minimum wage and safety codes. The other group that often doesn't have paid sick days are those that are low-income workers. So 46% of those in the workforce that are earning $600 per week or less lack paid sick days, and that compares to only 18% that lack access among those who are earning more than $1,600 per week. So we see this large discrepancy in access to paid sick time based on your earnings. Women who have been called upon during this pandemic to provide so much of the caregiving, 32%, I think it was. 34% lack access to paid sick days through their employer. And this potentially compromises the health and economic well-being of families. So in September, I'll just draw your attention to the mass amount of women who left the labor force in September of 2020. That was 865,000 workers across the United States were women who were leaving the labor force. And some of that, one could argue, has to do with the lack of work supports, such as paid sick days or paid family leave, or other aspects as well. And then finally, workers who are employed in firms with fewer than 50 employees also lack access to paid sick time compared to those that work in larger firms. 52% of those that are in those smaller firms. And as you all know, small firms are the engine of the New Hampshire economy. In 2015, 40% of workers were employed in these smaller firms. So I just wanted to draw your attention to some of the data. I know that employers, are providing paid sick time, but we still have this uneven access in our state, depending on, where you work, how much you earn, and this bill could help address some of those inequalities. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any questions here in the committee room? Seeing none, any online? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Christina, who is our next speaker?
I see Attorney Moriarty.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Who?
Attorney Moriarty.
Oh, okay.
Hi. Hello. In fact, I am a doctor and my first name is Addie.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Common mistake. So I'm actually talking to you from Dartmouth Hitchcock. I'm in our pediatric ICU. And because of that, and because I'm also a mom and a human being in this time in our life, I'm very familiar with the need for paid sick leave. And I just want to elucidate that we just went through this large pandemic, which we're still struggling with, that sometimes can be called the great equalizer. But I think also what we're faced with is that it is has been a great revealer of a lot of our healthcare disparities. And it's an opportunity for us to work towards rectifying some of those. And paid sick leave is one way to do that. I think, and I think moving forward, and also representing the New Hampshire Medical Society today, it's important for everybody to know that the data-driven approach to this is that actually it doesn't cost businesses more, and it doesn't put businesses out of business. It tends to actually save them money in the long run, and it's been an argument against paid sick leave for a long, long time, both at the national and state level. But the numbers actually, as others have attested to, work in favor of businesses and small businesses alike. This is a big opportunity to put New Hampshire in line with several other states that have paid sick leave, and I really urge you to support this bill.
Thank you, Dr. Moriarty. Any questions in the committee room? Seeing none, any online? No questions for you. Thank you, Doctor. Christina.
Next, we have Christy Craighead.
Hello,
can you hear me?
Ms. Craighead, you are recognized to speak.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Christine?
Yes.
Christine?
Yes.
We can't hear you very well. Are you able to turn up the volume or get closer to your device?
Yeah, I'm on my laptop, so that might be the issue.
We are unable to hear her in the committee room.
Okay, I'll call.
Okay, it sounds like she's going to call in. We can come back to her perhaps and move on to the others.
Yes, please. Go
We
ahead.
have Amanda Sears next.
Amanda Sears from the Campaign for Family. I can't read it all. Amanda, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Thank you, Chairman Infantine and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Sears. I'm the director of the Campaign for a Family-Friendly Economy. Excuse me. We are a New Hampshire-based group working to advance policies that help people to make ends meet and to be there for their families when they need to be. And we're here in support of this bill. This bill would ensure people who work can rely on their income to pay their bills, that they can continue to make ends meet when they need to be out of work for a day or a few days because they or a family member are sick. You've heard about some of the lack of access that about a third of our state faces with paid sick time. So I won't get into too much of that. But I think it's really important to focus on the fact that not all working people have equal access. And so there is this real disparity between who has and does not have access to paid sick days. People who, you heard from Dr. Smith, that people who work part-time hours are far less likely to have access. Other people who are far less likely are people who have caregiving responsibilities for other people. So that includes both parents, especially mothers, and families who have a person within their family experiencing a disability. And one of the main reasons for that is because those families are often working at patching together part-time jobs that they can patch together around their caregiving responsibilities. That means that the status quo, in which all people don't have the opportunity to earn paid sick time, leads to the people who are most likely to need it because they have caregiving responsibilities are least likely to have it. At the same time, only about half of people working for less than $14 an hour have any paid time off they can use for a sick day. People working for the lowest wages are the most likely to be unable to pay for their basic needs when they lose pay from a sick day that they don't get to take as earned paid time off. For the typical family who doesn't have access to paid sick days, 3 days of lost pay due to illness is equal to more than the family's grocery budget for the month. So this has a really big impact. Not having access to paid sick days has a big impact on the ability for low-income families in particular to be able to meet their basic needs. And working people without access to paid sick days are nearly twice as likely to report to work with contagious illnesses. And this puts not only themselves at risk, but also their coworkers and their customers. It also, as you've heard from some schools and childcare providers, ends up making it so that a lot more children are showing up to school and to childcare without access when they are sick or a family member is sick. Paid sick day laws that are in effect in many states across the country and in other states across New England have all been shown to drive down rates of contagious illnesses because people are able to stay home when they're sick. And the pandemic has made it crystal clear that we're all better off when people who are sick can stay home. Without access, people are going to work sick. And I wanted to address a couple of things that came up from other speakers. One was the notion that some employers offer paid time off, a pool that can be used, and so they don't offer specifically paid sick time. This bill accounts for that and enables that as long as that paid time off can be used to satisfy the requirements of this chapter, that it can be used for paid sick time to care for oneself or a family member, that paid time off pool can be used in lieu of this. So that employer would not need to offer any additional paid sick time as long as they have a policy that covers paid sick time as indicated in this law, this bill. There was also a statement that was made by Val Zanchek about, saying that you don't tell us what to pay people. You shouldn't tell us that people should have these benefits. But in fact, we do tell employers that they have to pay a minimum wage. So we do set a minimum wage for indicating what employers need to pay people. That's what this bill does, is it sets a minimum floor saying you have to offer some paid sick time to people. It sets a minimum and it allows employers to give anything above that and to implement it through a paid sick time or a paid time off policy. But it sets a floor for this benefit, just like the minimum wage sets a floor for wages. And then there, were concerns about the fears of business impact. And what I would just say, as Dr. Moriarty said, if you actually look at the data for states that have implemented and cities and communities that have implemented this kind of a policy that doesn't bear out. And so in fact, those places that have implemented paid sick time floors that set a minimum requirement have not seen a negative impact in the business community because of those policies. And all of our neighboring states at this point do have policies. Maine, it's a paid time off policy. The other states are paid sick day policies, but do have these kinds of policies in place. So we are an outlier among our neighbor states. And with that, I'd close and just say, everybody gets sick. And so everybody deserves the opportunity to take time off from work. It's in our best interest to have people able to stay home when they are sick. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sears in the committee room? Seeing none, any online? Seeing none, thank you very much. We are getting short on time. I have to open another hearing at 1 o'clock, which we postponed. Is Christina Craighead on, or Christy?
I do see another phone number. Ms. Craighead, if you are there, can you raise your hand by using the *6 button? Oh, okay. We'll see if that's working for her. All right, we're ready to speak, Ms. Craighead?
Go ahead, Ms. Craighead.
Unfortunately, we still can't hear you, Ms. Craighead.
Do we have any other, we have one more person in the queue?
Yes, Jonathan Weinberg.
Mr. Weinberg, you're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having this opportunity. My name is Jonathan Weinberg. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a recently elected member of the Concord School Board. However, I'm here in my capacity as an individual and not speaking on behalf of the board. We all know New Hampshire has to do everything possible to attract and retain young working families. We have a rapidly aging population, so much so that we have a statewide committee dedicated to addressing the startling revelation called the New Hampshire State Plan on Aging. Research by the state-sponsored committee states that by 2030, approximately 1/3 of New Hampshire's population will be over 65. These two issues combined illustrate that we have to do something much greater to attract people, especially younger individuals and families, to the Granite State. When young families look at opportunities and compare these opportunities between a state that stands to support its workers and one that delegates paid sick leave time to an employer's discretion, it is obvious which option produces a more secure working environment and overall environment to raise a family. Voting yay on HB 590 will not only greatly benefit the over 66% of Granite Staters who do not have access to paid leave, but will also help elevate New Hampshire's status as an ideal employment destination and help attract younger workers to our state. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief and succinct testimony. Any questions, anyone in the committee room? Any questions online? Seeing none, thank you. Christina, I would ask that Kristen Craighead submit a written testimony since we're unable to hear her. Are there any other individuals in the queue waiting to speak?
No, there are not.
All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 590 and open the, well, Kathy, we'll have to wait 2 minutes, I guess, by rule. So Representative Baruti, you can have a bathroom break. I'm just teasing you, Ben. We're friends. Ben and I sat in the cold for how many hours on election day? In the snow and the cold? 6 hours at least?
All day.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
that day in the snow paid off. You both won.
yes, we did. Thank you, Representative Cahill. Ben and I, we've known each other about 20 years now. And
Yeah, at least. At least.
in the same district.
Represented the same people for a long time. Well, we still do.
Mr. Chairman, we're going back to 385, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman,
Yes.
could you let us know how many people signed in favor and opposed to the last bill?
You know, I was going to read it, Representative Sullivan. I probably should have, but there's 75 names here.
Wow.
Numbers work.
So I will tell you that a vast majority of them were in support of the bill. But I we'll have it in the.
I'm happy to read that for you.
Pardon, Christina?
I'm happy to read that for you, Chair Infantine. For 590, there were 256 supporters and 30 opposed.
Wow.
So I didn't want to have to read all that. Be the first record. It is now 1 o'clock. All right, we're gonna have to try to do this legally. There are 3 bills on the docket for 1 o'clock. House Bill 517 FN, House Bill 107, and House Bill 501. I am opening the hearing on both 3 bills and recessing them for a short period of time and going back to the original legislation that we wanted to hear at 9 a.m., which is House Bill 385 FN relative to workers' compensation for heart and lung disease and firefighters that we had to move around because of technical problems. So I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 385 FN, and I will recognize the prime sponsor of the bill, Mark Pearson. Representative Pearson, are you with us?
Yes, I am, sir.
You're recognized to speak.
Thank you. And before I read my testimony, I would like to give a big shout out to Christina Dyer. She also works for the committee I chair. And wow, thank you so much. This is Representative Mark Pearson. I represent Rockingham County 34, Atkinson, Hampstead, Kingston, and Plastow. I am chairman of the Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee of the House. House Bill 385 is the product of and is co-sponsored by a bipartisan group of legislators who are or were firefighters, and we added a former federal marshal, the former Speaker of the House, for good measure. I was a volunteer firefighter in Leominster, Massachusetts, half a century ago, but I've kept up with the fire service as a fire buff and as the proud father of a Manchester Fire Lieutenant, Stephen Pearson, who is also a legislator representing Derry. I hang out at fire stations, I go to fires, and sometimes I even get asked to help humping hose. My career path, however, was not in the fire service. I was ordained in 1974, and in nearly half a century of ordained ministry, I have had many firefighters as parishioners. I can think of several who died young. With a few, it would be difficult to determine in their cases whether their untimely deaths were from a career of being exposed to toxic smoke from burning buildings or from being chain smokers and being overweight. However, I also had some firefighter parishioners who never smoked, who kept themselves in great shape, and yet they came down with heart and lung disease, or both, while their siblings did not. What was the difference in their lives? Was it the toxic smoke they sucked in over their professional careers, manifesting itself in disease, in some cases, decades afterwards? I will leave to the people I hope will have come back to testify after me to support the growing scientific data. But I'll leave you with this. It's a cliche, but it's ever so true. Firefighters run into the burning buildings everyone else is running out of. And even with their air packs, they suck in over a career untold amount of toxins that are known to cause both heart and lung disease. They are not firefighters for the money any more than we are legislators for the money. For them as well as for us, it's a calling. Sometimes their disease manifests quickly and they have to take early retirement, for which workers' compensation is available. But some of them present with the illness years afterwards. This bill would give such people the same break. Whenever there's an injury or a line of duty death, and in fact, on many other occasions, we thank firefighters for their service. Let's also thank them by removing an artificial date beyond which heart and lung diseases will no longer be covered by workers' comp. And that is my testimony, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative. Any questions for the representative from our member online? Seeing none, any questions for the members here in the committee room? Representative, I have a question for you. I can't recall because I get old whether the last time I was in the legislature I thought this passed, and it passed, and it had this look back. And from what I understand, the first claim that was made by a firefighter for workers' compensation based on this bill, it was denied, and that's why you're coming back. Not you, but the organization is coming back to make the changes. Because there was a 5-year, I believe, look back period. Could you explain this to me and why we need to totally eliminate the look back period? There's a lot of things in the industry where, kids are tested for lead and it becomes the baseline, and then they look to see what happens. Why are you trying to get rid of any kind of look back or baseline testing?
Mr. Chairman, I can give you a broad answer because sometimes things present years afterwards. But for a more technical answer, I am hoping that a co-sponsor of this bill, Fire Lieutenant and Representative Stephen Pearson, is in this meeting and he can provide more technical information.
All right. Thank you very much, Representative Pearson.
Yes, sir.
Seeing no other questions, I will recognize Representative Pearson. Representative, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm going to touch on a little bit of the technical part of this. I'm not going to get overly technical because I don't think it just confuses the matter. So, incidentally, January was Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month, which is something that has really come onto the forefront in the fire service. In 2019, 75% of all of the names that were added to the Fallen Firefighters Memorial in Colorado Springs were firefighters who died of occupational cancer. We're exposed as firefighters, as my father was nice enough to give me the interlude there. We're exposed to a plethora of stuff, while we work: arsenic, asbestos, benzene, cadmium, diesel exhaust, formaldehyde, silica, vinyl chloride, and now, which unfortunately we're learning that firefighting foam also is become, these are known carcinogens. This isn't even the list of suspected carcinogens. So when you look at those types of exposures, the next question really begs is, okay, well, what does that mean as far as the general population? So when you look at the testing that's been done over the years in the gobs of data that exist tracking disease of all types, you notice that there's some things that stand out. Esophageal cancer, you're 1.1 times greater. Leukemia, 1.1 times greater. Colon cancer, 1.2. Prostate, 1.2. Brain cancer, 1.3. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, 1.5 times greater at risk. Melanoma, 1.5 times greater at risk. Yeah, it's a mouthful. Mesothelioma, 2 times the risk. Testicular cancer, which is one of the biggest ones, well over 2 times more likely to develop cancer than the general population. So this is certainly glowing data that comes out of this when you look at cancer in a comparison format, simply because, as we all know, the general population gets cancer as well. It's not unique to firefighters. So one of the things that has also happened and where this age elimination comes into play, honestly, has to do with the way that the state of New Hampshire has restructured the pension system. And I know you'd think, well, wait a minute, what does that have to do with anything? And I'll explain it to you. When you get out of high school, you know, at this day and age, you may do a career in the military, you may go to college, either way. But when you're done with that period of your life, you enter the fire academy, you become trained, you become an EMT, you go through the certification processes that are necessary to join this profession. And that puts you in a certain age window. So now, where for the predominancy of the fire service in the state of New Hampshire, professional firefighters would retire between the ages of like 53 and 55 in order to qualify for a 3/4 pension. You're working till 65. That's going to become, for anybody that was hired after 2011, they will be working till they're 65. So at a minimum, you have to do 25 years. So when you look at the math, the simple math here, 65 might have worked when you got out of the firefighting profession at 53 years old, because there's a time window there from when you stopped being exposed until time progressed. But if you're working till 65, if 65 becomes the cutoff, it basically says, hey, when it's like the taillight warranty. As soon as you leave the profession, that's it. And, you know, I know that seems strange that becomes a factor, but it really does matter when we've pushed out these careers. And, you know, so now, because of that, now the fire service has taken a significant movement towards prevention and cancer awareness. Like I said, January was Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. And focusing on firefighter cancer within the profession is great to limit and reduce or attempt to reduce exposures. And we've recognized a lot of areas where that is occurring, but it doesn't eliminate the substantial risk that exists. So that's basically to answer the question that you asked, Mr. Chairman, as far as why the 65 age really needs to come out of this, is because we're working up until that point now. And these cancers are not necessarily manifesting themselves in people within that time frame. So that's really in my eyes, the predominant reason why this needs to go away, when there's just overwhelming data and evidence that firefighters develop cancer at a much greater risk than the general population.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I think that's the end. Quite sure. Are you still there with us, Representative?
Which representative are you referring to?
Okay, I wasn't sure if we lost you or not. Any questions for the representative in the committee room? Seeing none, any online? I don't see any hands up. So thank you very much for your testimony. Now calling on Brian Rill, Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire. And congratulations, Brian, getting your second inoculation today, vaccine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Just a little louder, please, if you could.
Sure. I appreciate you all having me on, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brian Rill. I serve as the president of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, and I'm also a captain for the City of Portsmouth Fire Department. On behalf of the 42 local unions and approximately 2,000 active and retired professional firefighters and paramedics that I represent, I'm providing testimony in support of HB 385FN relative to workers' compensation for heart and lung disease in firefighters. It is well documented that throughout the course of their duty, firefighters are subjected to a number of occupational hazards that clearly take a toll on the human body. The routine exposure to high physical and emotional stress, heat, and cancer-causing carcinogens makes it far more likely that a firefighter will develop cardiovascular disease lung disease, or cancer. The American Heart Association cites sudden cardiac death as the leading cause of death for firefighters at approximately 45% of all job-related deaths. Repeated injury as a result of physical strain, emotional stress, or exposure to carcinogens or infectious diseases have a cumulative effect on the human body that increases a firefighter's risk of cardiovascular disease. Moreover, the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health's most recent study shows that firefighters are at least at a 14% increased risk of dying from cancer as opposed to the general population. So you heard testimony from Representative Steve Pearson, who mentioned all those different cancer diagnoses and the increase as opposed to the general population. And just to reiterate, that total is a 14% increased risk, which is staggering. The hazardous nature of the fire service industry it's never been disputed. And in fact, the state of New Hampshire has already recognized the serious nature and sometimes catastrophic effects of this profession by adopting legislation that states when a firefighter is diagnosed with heart, lung, or cancer disease, it is presumed to have been occupationally related. HB 385 would simply eliminate that sunset provision that this benefit would not continue past the firefighter's 65th birthday. Firefighters routinely risk their lives to protect the citizens and the communities they serve and are oftentimes rewarded with cardiovascular disease, pulmonary illness, or a cancer diagnosis for their efforts. It is incumbent upon us to show these firefighters that we will always have their back for the service they provide to this great state and not just until they turn 65. I respectfully ask for the committee's full support of HB 385, and I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have of me. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker in the committee room? Any online? Brian, I have a question for you. I'm just reading I'm reading this 281A17, and quite frankly, before I started reading this, I thought you were trying to get rid of the 5-year. There's two dates. Okay, you talk about here in the legislation, repeal the relative to the length of time of the presumption of heart or lung disease in members of the fire department. There's no debate here, nor was there, I believe, years ago, that firefighters have greater propensity for cancer than others. That's why this law was passed. There are two things that I see in the law. A retired firefighter who agrees to submit to a physical examination request by a city, town, or precinct shall have the benefit of the prima facie presumption only during the period of time of 5 years from the effective date of the firefighter's retirement. Is that the item you want to extend? Because you say C, and I don't see. I see the benefit of RSA shall not continue in effect beyond 1 month after a call, volunteer, or permanent firefighter reaches his or her 65th birthday. That's the item you want to change, correct?
Correct, sir. And I would defer to the prime sponsor of the bill, but as I understand it, it would be 281A 17C, that second one that you mentioned.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking me to pass. You stated that firefighters now with a new pension have to serve until 65 years of age, correct?
So that, I believe what Representative Steve Pearson was referring to is new firefighters with the change of the retirement system have to work longer into their careers, both in age and years of service. So for some firefighters, so the retirement system does not mandate that they have to work until age 65. However, with the changes in the retirement system, in order for them to receive a pension that they would have received back in 2011, they have to work longer into their careers, which for many folks, as the representative mentioned, could be age 65. So when you look back on protecting these firefighters past that age, it's looking at trying to protect them into the early years of their retirement. I hope that answers your question, possibly.
It is my understanding that all workers' compensation in the state of New Hampshire terminates at age 65, and at that point, other benefits, whether they be Medicare, Medicaid, other mechanisms fall into play, which is why this was, I believe, terminated at 65. You are asking this be repealed so there is no termination of workers' compensation benefits till death.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Again, I would defer to the prime sponsor of the bill to correct me on that if I'm misinformed.
Understood. Are there any other questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. The last individual I have to speak, at least on my sheets, was Werner Horn, a member of the public, is in support. Mr. Horn, are you with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Labor Committee. For the record, my name is Werner Horn. I am from Franklin. I was the original prime sponsor for this legislation last year. We sadly lost it to the COVID crisis, and Representative Pearson has kindly resubmitted it on my behalf. And I can definitely clarify for the chairman's question earlier that the goal of this legislation is to repeal the age cap for the death benefit specifically. Here in Franklin, we lost a firefighter some years ago who was 70. There's no doubt that his death was directly linked to his fire service career. He was a call firefighter for many, many years here in Franklin. And when he passed very quickly, about 90 days or so from diagnosis to his passing. And his family was unable to collect on a death benefit through workers' comp because of his advanced age. The legislation seeks to repeal the age cap at 65. If a firefighter retires at 53, they have 5 years to establish that there is a condition connected to their service. If a firefighter chooses to retire at 63, then they only have 2 years to establish that their illness is tied to their fire service. This is kind of an injustice in my view, because in New Hampshire, especially northern New Hampshire and western New Hampshire, we are increasingly reliant on firefighters deeper into their lives. And to say that they can't get this death benefit, or their families specifically are the ones who would be receiving this death benefit, it does not seem right to me. Even if you are a 70-year-old firefighter and you are outside of the building on a pumper truck, if the wind takes that smoke coming from the building and changes direction suddenly and pushes it through the path of the pumper, they can be exposed to those toxic fumes because they're not wearing an air pack when they're on the pumpers. So the 5-year period is not anything that that would be changed by this legislation. This legislation is specifically targeting whether the death benefit would be cut off at 65. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Any questions for the speaker in the committee room? Any online? Mr. Horn, I have a question. Would you please reiterate the example you gave of Franklin, the firefighter who passed away, and why he wasn't able to collect?
Captain Robert Brown passed away at the 70 years old. His death is it's unthinkable that his death wouldn't be connected to his fire service. He passed away from cancer. Diagnosis to death was about 90 days. And because he was 70, his family was unable to collect on a death benefit through workers' comp.
Okay, could you please explain what you mean by death benefit?
The section that we're talking about here is specific to workers' comp and the death benefit if somebody passes away from heart or lung conditions. So this isn't a disability issue. This is a death issue.
You got me totally confused.
So you read from subparagraph C, the benefits of RSA 281A:17(1) shall not continue in effect beyond 1 month after a call, volunteer, or permanent firefighter reaches his or her 65th birthday. And the chapter is exclusive to the heart and lung conditions and the death benefit.
I'm just confused. I'm not trying to be combative here. The only death benefit provided in a workers' compensation policy is, I believe, $10,000 burial payment. The only other benefit you're talking about is either medical or indemnity, which is loss of wages. Is that what you're referring to? The loss
As I understood it from the fire chief of Franklin, when he was fire chief, the phrasing he used was the family wasn't eligible for the death benefit because of virtue of his age, and they cited this chapter, this subparagraph C specifically. So that's the part of this law that I'd like to see repealed.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? Any other questions online? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any additional speakers on House Bill 385 in the queue?
I do not see anyone, and that is all I have.
Okay, thank you. The other individuals who, Representative Jeff Goley is written for support. Christina Citarella, Insurance Department is neutral. Glenn Brackett, Men and Women of the New Hampshire AFL-CIO is signed in for support. Tony LeBranch in support. Cordell Johnson, New Hampshire Municipal Association opposed. Chief John Jones, New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs support. Eric Rathburn is himself support. See no other individuals wishing to testify on behalf of this bill. I will close the hearing on House Bill 385 FN and move on to the 1 o'clock hearings. I'm going to open the reconvene the hearing on House Bill 501, establishing a minimum rate for an adjunct facility of the University System of New Hampshire and Community College System of New Hampshire. And I call on the I don't see you here, but is it appropriate to call on Representative Cahill? Were you expecting to introduce this?
Yes, indeed, I was, Mr. Chairman.
You're not sitting in the chair, you're sitting in the testimony chair.
No, I'm sitting in a spare bedroom at home, but I will sit here. It looks like the LOB. That's a cheap plywood closet behind me. Anyway, I am Representative Michael Cahill from the Rockingham 17, Newfields and Newmarket. And we are here today to discuss HB 501, establishing a minimum pay rate for adjunct faculty of the University System of New Hampshire and Community College of New Hampshire. They do have a union, and they are, of course, public employees, and they're they can't strike or anything like this, but they've been in negotiations which have gone nowhere, actually working without a contract, and they're not getting much assistance with the university, with the community college system. So I bring it to your attention. I'm going to share a screen here, and oops. There we go. So we can see that there's really a disproportionate number of adjunct versus full-time faculty. So full-time faculty are people who have additional responsibilities beyond
Pardon
classroom
me,
instruction.
Representative Cahill. We're not
Yes?
seeing the numbers. We're seeing the file.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. You're not seeing the number. Okay, I've
I
got the
see
file
it,
open.
faculty numbers, HB 501. It just isn't open.
Uh-oh, hold on. You know why? Because I already had it open. My bad. How's that? Let me get the, let me do another screen share, sorry. Are we there now?
No, it doesn't look like the screen has shared just yet.
Okay,
But to press the green button.
right. Are we there now?
Yes, we can see them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so the community college system, and like other universities and schools of higher learning, are relying heavily on adjunct, in part because they're cheaper. They don't get benefits. They're only paid when they teach. If the class is canceled due to short enrollment or something, they don't get paid, and they are paid substantially less than the full-time faculty. So what we're asking to do here is to pay them 75% of what a full-time faculty member would receive for class time. And we understand that this would be, a considerable expense, but see, here's what they're getting now. The maximum an adjunct can earn is $836 per credit, or $2,508 for a 3-credit course. And whereas the full-time teaching the same receives receives $3,300 per credit, which is, substantially more than the person doing the same work. And we have students taking these classes, and they're being taught, by qualified people, some of them with PhDs. But we have a situation where we want to keep tuition low, but it shouldn't be on the backs of the people providing the instruction. So it's a challenge indeed. And we have people behind me, other people who are more directly involved that may be able to better answer questions. But you have a copy of this document, and I yield to the other witnesses.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Cahill, for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee members online? Okay. Do we have any questions of the committee members in the LOB? If one, Representative Turcott, you recognize for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Cahill. Let me turn something off on my computer. I'm getting a feedback here. Hold on. Okay. Is it my understanding that...
Oh, you're feeding back. You have an echo.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Mr. Chairman, is it my understanding that the University of New Hampshire system and the community college systems, there are professors in each one of those systems and adjunct or lecturers, as I think UNH calls them. And for each one of those groups, there are union collective bargaining agreements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did he say correct?
Yeah, he did say
yes.
Yes. Yes, follow
yes.
If that is the case, is it your intention that the legislature puts into law something that has an immediate effect or a direct effect on collective bargaining agreements?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It is really because of the lack of the collective bargaining agreement to be negotiated that they're falling upon deaf ears that we're offering this bill because with the system as was created, we delegated to the trustees, go ahead and run this. We don't know how to run a university, just go ahead and run it. But what we have here is a situation where people are being vastly underpaid for doing the same work. And basically, because they're an adjunct and not a full faculty member. And in many other fields, like the medical field, for example, if you're a medical technologist and you're working, for a short term, you're paid an hourly rate greater than that of your peers because you're a temp and you're not getting benefits. So we have these adjuncts not getting benefits or the money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Representative Huff, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is it my understanding or not, are the adjunct folks in the union or not in the unions?
Thank you, Representative. They have a union, and the full-time faculty have a separate union, separate CBAs. And again, they have been working without a contract, and we will have a person from that union lined up to speak afterwards, I believe. We might be able to give more insight to that. I also sent you the fact-finding report, and so you can see what they're up against. It's just it's something that we wouldn't be here today talking about this if the university system, the community college system, had been more responsive to the needs of these faculty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions online? Is that Representative Toomey? Do you have your hand up for a question? Nope, just scratching your nose. Thank you for your testimony. I would like to call on Representative Chris Schultz. She'd like to testify in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my committee is about to exec some bills, so I'm going to be even briefer than I was going to be before. So I am here to introduce HB 517, the bill to raise the wage for New Hampshire workers to $15 over 4 steps.
Representative Schultz, Representative
Yes.
Schultz, we're referring to House Bill 501 relative to the minimum pay rate for adjunct facility for the university.
I'm sorry, the way the bills were listed, it looked like they were grouped together. I apologize. I'm here to introduce my bill, so I'll step away.
Okay, we will get you for that one shortly. And I know you have exec session, so we'll try to work around you as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The next person I have on my list to speak is Tricia Tidd, T-I-D-D, Tricia Tidd. Are you with us, Tricia? Yes, she is.
Hi. My name is Trish Tidd. I am an adjunct faculty member at Manchester Community College. I teach anatomy and physiology. So the community college and the University of New Hampshire, both of them are really important to our state and our citizens because they do give our citizens an affordable way to get higher education. One of the things about the community college system is that we have been, in the last couple of years, really trying to make the courses equivalent to a 4-year college so that students have a viable option to have a 2+2 program where they can do that for an affordable price. In doing that, adjunct faculty has the same responsibility as full-time faculty. We have the same availability to students. We have the same requirements, the same level of teaching, and we have the same educational requirements as our full-time equivalents. But in addition to that, a lot of the adjunct faculty bring real world experience that brings a level of perspective, diversity, and real world actual work ethic into the community, and it enriches the college as well as our students, making them more ready to enter the workforce. As you can see, there's a large number of adjunct faculty at all of our community colleges. I've taught at Manchester Community College. I've also taught a couple classes at River Valley. We are members of that community. We know our students. We know our fellow faculty members. We attend faculty meetings. We do all of the same things that our full-time faculty members do. But we're doing that for a fraction of the price. It still would be a cost-saving measure. Even raising the per hour, the per credit hour pay, because you're only paying for the work that's actually done as opposed to a general salary. But there needs to be a minimum, just like there's a minimum wage requirement. I heard the beginning, there were a couple questions about the union and about that collective bargaining. As Representative Cahill mentioned, we haven't been really successful on that collective bargaining. Unlike some other unions that have that ability to strike and to do other things, we don't really have that. So it's just conversations going back and forth on that collective bargaining. And I've been teaching as an adjunct for like over 6 years now. And I don't think I've ever worked under a current contract. We're back, I think it's 3 or 4 years where the contracts are being approved. So I actually have never worked under a contract. And that's a little bit frustrating. You know, there's no stability in the job, and there definitely could be a little bit more of that. So that's all that I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tricia. Any questions in the LOB for Tricia? Yes, Representative Turcott, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the testimony, Tricia. A couple questions. Are you a member of the, whatever the union is, I don't know the exact name of a union, but are you a member of it and paying union dues to that union?
Yes, I am a member of that union. It's the SAU, SEIU, SEA. We're at Chapter 32.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
I'll ask you a variation of what I asked Representative Cahill. Why do you believe it's the legislator's responsibility, if you have a union and you pay dues to that union, why is it the responsibility of the legislature to develop laws to solve a section of your collective bargaining agreement?
Okay, thank you. That's a great question. I see it more as kind of like having the federal minimum wage, that there needs to be a basement where we can then negotiate from. And right now, the basement isn't really there as far as what they're talking about. And then you can also see the lack of success of what's been going on with those communications in the collective bargaining. And I haven't been involved myself in the collective bargaining. I believe that there's another person who's going to be testifying, Steve, that could probably talk better to those specifics.
Thank you.
Representative Callum, did I see your hand raised?
I don't know if they can hear me from here.
I'm going to grab you. Just a moment. We're going to grab a microphone for the representative. Representative Callum, you recognized to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you have a union and if 75% less than your regular instructors is a good number, then that's 25% less than
regular employment, why is not 25% greater a good number?
That would be a great number. Um, we'd always love to get more money, right? But there are some differences between adjunct faculty and full-time faculty. Adjunct faculty would have more time as far as the advising with students. Adjunct faculty definitely do advising. We have office hours, we meet with students, but adjunct full-time faculty have additional administrative duties. And I believe that that would be the difference.
Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Jacob Bennett, and after Mr. Bennett, Stephen Bargdill. But Mr. Bennett, are you with us? I see your.
I am here. I'm here.
You're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I sent this testimony earlier today along with some data that I'll mention in the testimony, as well as some reports from other organizations that I hope help fill in some of the gaps here. But I'll just read from the statement and then answer any questions if there are any. Thank you to the committee for hearing this testimony. My name is Jacob Bennett, and I represent myself today. In documentation submitted to the committee prior to this hearing, I provided research I conducted into adjunct wages and determinations across the university system of New Hampshire. And I also submitted reports produced by the U.S. Government Office of Accountability and the National Center for Educational Statistics, U.S. House Committee on Education and the Workforce, and the University of Southern California Rossier School of Education's Polius Center for Higher Education. I provide these documents to bolster my testimony on HB 501, which I support. For the sake of full disclosure, I would like to note that I am currently employed as an adjunct in the education department at UNH and conducted the research described in this testimony while funded to pursue my doctorate in the same department. At the time I initiated that research into wages and determinations, I was also serving as a non-voting graduate student representative to the University System of New Hampshire Board of Trustees. For my research, I obtained adjunct wage data from academic year 2018 and 19 for faculty at Granite State College, Keene State College, Plymouth State University, and University of New Hampshire. The data I received from the four institutions is not uniform, but I created tables that provide comparable snapshots from that academic year in regard to average wages paid to faculty determined by the institutions to be adjunct or part-time. At an institution offering, and this is for context, at an institution offering 4 credit hour courses on average, part-time is typically defined as no more than 8 credit hours per term or semester, or 0.50 full-time equivalency. That is below the rate or the equivalency that would require benefits. The tables I provided do not, of course, reflect discussions about the data, which included inquiry through offices of provosts and human resources at each of the 4 institutions, as well as with staff in the offices of general counsel and human resources at the University System of New Hampshire. Nor do they indicate the lack of resources at some component institutions devoted to the professional development of adjunct faculty. Just for context again, at UNH, for instance, there are plentiful examples of faculty development programs described in materials posted to the pages of the Office of the Provost and the Office of Engagement and Faculty Development, but few devoted or even available to adjunct faculty. Development of these faculty is largely left to departments themselves fighting for resources in a low appropriations and therefore cost-saving and revenue-seeking environment. It is unclear whether the data from Plymouth State and Keene State include faculty covered by collective bargaining agreements in place. And maybe I should pause for a moment here and say that the presence of collective bargaining agreements across the university system of New Hampshire is only in place for adjunct faculty at Plymouth State and Keene State, not at UNH and not at Granite State, unlike in the community college system of New Hampshire, which has a much broader coverage under union representation. So there's that stipulation. At Keene, the collective bargaining agreement stipulates that the adjunct faculty member becomes a member of the bargaining unit when he or she starts his or her 5th semester of teaching, which is why I'm not sure if the data I received includes unionized or non-unionized members or non-members. Similar situation at Plymouth. They call them teaching lecturers, but it's same situation. There are folks who are covered by the CBA and folks who are not. And I don't know if the data that I provided distinguishes between those different groups. Adjuncts, again, at UNH and Granite State are not covered by any CBA. In any case, I do not believe that any adjunct pay is tied to any of this internally available data. So there are wage tables included in those collective bargaining agreements. I do not believe that at Plymouth, for instance, or Keene, that the non-member adjunct wages are tied to this data or these wage schedules, which are negotiated in the contract. In the end, my findings lead to a conclusion that the wage determinations for adjunct faculty outside of CBA coverage are arbitrary and detached from any form of internal or external data, such as an industry or market standard, or prevailing wages for full-time faculty in a teaching-intensive appointments. We heard just before the distinction between full-time faculty and part-time faculty. In the non-tenure track full-time faculty appointment, it's typically teaching intensive, but with some service expectations. With a tenure track or tenured position, there would also be research expectations. So there is a distinction between full-time faculty who are tenured and those who are not. To be fair to the institutions, the reason for the absence of external data comparison is frankly quite simple. There are no reliable or standardized data to which an institution may turn when determining adjunct faculty wages. The Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data Systems, which is housed under the National Center for Education Sciences, does not require reporting of adjunct wage data in the way that it requires reporting of wage data for full-time faculty on and off the tenure track. This, of course, is beyond the remit of the New Hampshire General Court because the statutes and policies that guide and require IPEDS reporting are functions and responsibilities of the U.S. Senate, House, and Department of Education. However, it is within the remit of the New Hampshire General Court, I believe, to require regular and standardized reporting of wage data from the institutions within the public higher education systems, including USNH and CCSNH. Regarding USNH, there's language requiring the Public Higher Education Study Committee to report annually on financing of public higher education and any other areas which will act as a guide to the legislature and trustees in formulating policies for the future. Regarding CCSNH, there's language requiring annual reporting and review of system programs and costs, as well as any other information detailed in the written report. Turning to the language of HB 501, I urge the following amendments. I support the bill, but I am offering some amendments which are noted in red in the testimony I've provided. Again, this is making distinction between full-time faculty overall and full-time faculty on teaching intensive appointments, because I think that's the appropriate comparison when talking about adjunct pay. I won't read the actual language here, but that's the main idea, is I've added language that suggests that if we are going to say 75% of the average salary of full-time faculty, we should be speaking about full-time faculty with teaching intensive appointments, as that seems the most reasonable comparison. I make that suggestion for amendment for both RSAs for the USNH and CCSNH statutes. Separate from the establishment of minimum salary requirements, and perhaps this would require a separate bill, I don't know. I would urge something along the lines of university and community college systems faculty wage reporting for purposes of public accountability. And I would urge amendment of RSA 187A 28C or other existing statutes to require regular and standardized reporting of all faculty and staff wages across USNH. And I would recommend amending RSA 188F11 or other existing statutes to require regular and standardized reporting of all faculty and staff wages across CCSNH. Respectfully submitted. My name is Jacob Bennett again, representing myself. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions of the members online? Seeing none. Questions of the members in the hearing room. I see Representative Nunez. You have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your testimony. I have a sort of a specific question for you, sir.
Sure.
All of the adjunct faculty are part of a collective bargaining unit, and that unit is supported by a union in agreement. What steps have the members of the bargaining unit taken themselves to alleviate this situation with the union?
So I want to clarify again that across the community college system of New Hampshire, there are bargaining units for adjunct faculty, I believe, at every single campus. Across the university system of New Hampshire, there are collective bargaining agreements in place covering adjuncts only at Keene State and at Plymouth State. This is not the case at Granite State, and this is not the case at UNH. To the question, this is it. So the question is, have folks in these units, I'm not in any of those units, so I can't answer the question from experience, but it seems like the question is, why don't the unions do this? Why are you asking the legislature? And I think that this has been answered in this form, which is that the existence of minimum wage does not preclude unions from bargaining over wages. People who are in unions outside of an academic context are bargaining over wages, and there is a federal mandate for a minimum wage. So this law is not bizarre or anomalous in its request, I think.
I think that, may I have follow-up, sir?
Follow-up?
I think that you misunderstood my question.
I perhaps did.
I'm trying to get at the steps that the members of the bargaining unit, what steps have they taken to try to rectify this with the union?
Again, I'm not in any, I am an adjunct at UNH. I do not belong to any of these collective bargaining units. So I can't answer that question.
Thank you very much.
I believe that Steve Bargdill, who is speaking after, may be able to answer that.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few more questions. Representative Seaworth and then Toomey. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
Whoa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question relates to something you just said in the previous response. You made a comparison between wages that are collectively bargained and the statutory minimum wage. I am wondering if you are aware of other occupations or specific duties that have a minimum wage specified for them in state law. So it would be a public employer. Are there other public employees that have minimum wages specified for them in law?
Not to my knowledge, no. But I also don't know of any other industries, especially speaking in a public context, where professionals, again, many faculty have either a master's or a doctorate, are paid at a cut rate to provide the same exact service that their peers who are on different contracts are paid. So this bill would seek to rectify that, I believe, regardless of whether there are other statutes in other places that do the same thing.
Thank you. I have two more questions for you. Representative Toomey and then Representative Baruti. Representative Toomey, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bennett, a question about, this is going to be a little bit tough because all courses are different. I mean, if you're teaching English or teaching art, it's quite different. But I know that an adjunct professor would have to create a course, a syllabus, would have to actually go to the class and spend time with the students, and would have to go home and then read, material or create marks and do administrative work. How many hours would a typical professor put in for a 3-credit course?
I don't know that I can answer that question. I've taught first-year writing courses and first-year literature courses. I've taught intermediate literature and writing courses. I've taught graduate-level education courses. It depends on the number of students in the class. It depends on the kinds of assignments that are that are given in the class, which also depends on the subject and focus of the class. I don't really have a good answer for that. And it depends on the individual as well. Some people are slower readers and graders than others. It's a hard question to answer, I think.
Yeah, I know it would be a hard question. Thank you for your attempt in answering.
Sure.
You recognize.
Representative Brewer, you recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are the adjunct people at UNH or Plymouth, were they ever asked to join the union? They ever have an election?
The adjuncts at UNH. So I just started as an adjunct about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I don't know whether there has been an attempt before January of 2021. I know that there is no union for adjuncts at UNH. So I wonder if the answer were yes, I wonder what the next question would be.
Well, if you were asked to join and you're not a member, you probably had an election and voted not to join.
I don't believe there has been an election for any union at UNH for adjuncts, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Any other questions with the speaker? Any in the?
At least not in my 3 weeks there.
Anyone online? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bennett, for your testimony.
Thank you for hearing me.
Mr. Stephen Bargdill. Myself supporting. Steve, are you with us? B-A-R-G Dill, Bargdill. Hi. You are recognized to speak. Take yourself off mute.
Hello.
Yes.
So if you remove, hi. So if you remove curriculum, development, management, tutoring, contact hours in general, if we only look at the work-related duties involved in teaching a single class, not including health insurance or other benefits, full-time faculty are paid $9,000 for one single class. For the same work, for the same class, for the same expertise, an adjunct receives $2,508. My name is Steve Bargdill. I'm the president of SEA's Chapter 32. It's the adjunct union, though I'm representing myself today. Teaching on average 3 classes a semester, one semester teaching beyond the credit hour cap for adjunct faculty. And I signed a waiver stating that over the cap credit limit did not constitute an offer for a full-time position. I'm not the only adjunct who has signed a similar statement. At Great Bay, we have 34 full-time faculty, roughly 200 contingent. I am part of that contingent. Today is February 4th. I'm not going to pay rent until February 12th. It was obviously due 4 days ago. This is the same conversation I have with my landlord 3 times a year. Internet services cost me roughly unreimbursed $150 a month. This is a service I cannot do without because even before the pandemic, I needed access to student records, student assignments, and email on a daily basis. And you can imagine now with the need for even zoomier internet speeds, that bill is consistently paid late as well. Over the past 5 years, I've been on food stamps, heating assistance, rent assistance, have visited on multiple occasions the local food bank. And I was informed when I first started, I should simply consider those state and federal programs as a portion of my overall pay. I own a car that has sat in the driveway for a year because I have not been able to afford the repairs. My teeth are falling out of my mouth and I cannot afford to see a dentist. I am one of hundreds. I am consistently good at my job. I serve on the faculty forum. I'm part of the Great Bay Community College Presidential Search Committee. I've even been recently asked to speak at Great Bay's all-college meeting, all of which I do for free because I believe in Great Bay's mission: student success, teaching excellence, exceptional workplace culture, creativity, inquisitiveness, community and civic engagement, diversity, citizenship, and sustainability. As I said, I am good at my job, but I could be so much better if I was not worried about whether or not my landlord will one day simply throw us out onto the street. My attention would not be split between 3 to 4 colleges all across New England. Sometimes commuting hours between campuses, time that would be better spent with students preparing our state's future workforce. In 2015, the state restored $5.5 million to the CCSNH budget, and in spite of the money, laid off faculty. They did increase the vice chancellor's and chancellor's salary for a combined annual additional $120,000. In 2019, CCSNH asked for $16 million. The state approved, and there were again layoffs. The investments New Hampshire continues to make in our community college system are not really paying off. How much longer do you think the 34 full-time faculty at Great Bay will survive as full-time? How long must they wait for another round of layoffs? And yet, CCNH continues to bemoan low enrollment numbers, reliance upon contingent faculty, and easily fireable employees. Treating talented teachers badly, underpaying professionals is industrial foolishness and budgetarily short-sighted. However, as demonstrated by other schools such as Texas Tech, who have reversed their reliance upon the adjunct, by creating higher quality employment for faculty, you guarantee increased enrollment, increased tuition, a stronger state workforce, and a state population with more resources. HB 501, which I'm in support of, in my opinion, is only the first step. At the very least, the bill will assure a modicum of budgetary oversight. It will, at the very minimum, allow teachers to focus on students, not whether they will make next month's rent. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions you may have, including any in regards to what steps we've taken as a union.
Thank you for your testimony. Do I have any questions for the speaker on, with the representatives online? Representative Baruti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seeing you asked for it, I'll ask you, what steps have you taken to organize?
So I joined the union in 2019, January of 2019. And the next thing I did was become president. There was kind of an election, but nobody ran against me, so it was kind of a default. And I joined the negotiation team. At that point in time, there was only one person on the negotiation team. I had tried to bring other members into the negotiation, and that worked up to a point. And now I think we're down to about two people on the negotiation team, and that's me and I think one other person, but not the original person that began, because he was currently, his contract was not renewed. I have tried to institute a monthly Zoom meeting, which I have had issues with getting technology or people having notification about it with emails. So that has been kind of sort of successful to bring more people into the fold. I will say that myself, and this is speaking personally and not as a representative of SEA Chapter 32, myself and a few others have started looking at IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. That is the union the full-time faculty is with. And a couple of the full-time faculty have actually expressed interest in combining our two unions. So hopefully that will be a step in that direction. We have, SEA has a wonderful lawyer. I cannot talk about him more than accolades. Jake has done us a wonderful job, but the negotiating meetings have kind of turned stalemate. I have watched lawyers almost tear up. I never thought I'd ever see a lawyer tear up, and nobody's talking to each other. It is a total stalemate, and we need to change the conversation. So I don't know if that answers your question as much as it explains the mess we have found ourselves in.
Thank you.
Questions for our members online? See none in the committee room. See any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bargill, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Christina, do we have any other individuals in the queue waiting to speak?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised at the moment.
Okay, well,
I just said that, and now we have Tom Cronin, who has raised his hand.
Tom Cronin. Mr. Cronin, you are.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Tom Cronin. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the university system. Just before I start, I know I signed up a little late. I believe the community college system and interim chancellor Susan Heward were planning to testify. If that's the case and Susan is on the line, I would, if okay by you, Mr. Chairman, like to defer to her. If not, I'm happy to go and she can jump in afterwards.
She is not on the line, to my knowledge. You can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. In that case, I'll be very quick. Again, my name is Tom Cronin, Director of Government Relations for the university system. The university system is opposed to 501, HB 501, and I've submitted some written testimony to that effect, but simply wanted to emphasize 3 quick points in that testimony. First, as has already been discussed, the legislature has established wages as a mandatory subject of bargaining, and for the unionized adjunct faculty across the system, we believe the bargaining table is the appropriate place for these conversations. As discussed, however, there are a number of adjunct faculty who are not unionized. And in that case, really a more suitable wage comparison would be adjunct faculty teaching similar courses at peer institutions across New England and across the country, in which, in those cases, really per credit rates are driven by market factors, including demand and professional experience in the field. Second, we're concerned that as HB 501 is drafted, it would be incredibly difficult to administer. There's no single credit hour wage paid to full-time faculty at our universities. Individuals teaching in different disciplines and with differing experiences and qualifications are compensated differently based on those qualifications. And finally, I think as conceded, at different times during this conversation, we're certainly concerned that, creating this wage level would, without a doubt, have long-term impacts on our costs to educate our students. So with that said, again, I've submitted written testimony with some further information, but would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions for our committee members online? Seeing none. Oh, I do see one. Representative Sullivan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume you heard the testimony of the prior witness. Do you find his assertion that he's basically living in poverty to be A, believable, and B, acceptable?
I did hear the prior testimony. I will say I do not have the experience that he has spoken of, or I don't have firsthand knowledge of the experience he's spoken of in terms of dealing with kind of the ongoing union negotiations. My understanding is he is community college system adjunct faculty or part of their union. Again, I do think, or at least she's trying to get on, Chancellor Heward is trying to get on, who may be able to talk a little bit more about his experience and some of his testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for our members on Zoom? Seeing none, any questions of our members in the hearing room? Seeing none, thank you, Tom, for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Chair Infantine, I do see Susan Heward is actually online, and she has her hand raised.
Susan Wood, are you with us? Susan Hard, A-H, how do you pronounce your name?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Yeah, how do you pronounce your last name, please?
Heward.
Heward. Thank you. You are recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 501. I am Susan Heward. I'm the interim chancellor of the community college system. Before taking on this role, a little less than a year ago, I was the president of Manchester Community College for 10 years. And I tried to retire at the end of that decade, but I'm learning in New Hampshire, you never really get to retire if there's an opportunity to serve. And so I'm back as the chancellor until the permanent chancellor is hired, hopefully by the 1st of July. I mentioned my background because I come before you today having not only been a chancellor and a college president, I've been an adjunct faculty member, a full-time faculty member, and I've taught within middle school and high school. And I tell you this just to indicate the depth of my understanding about the situation we are in. I have 3 points that I would like to make about this bill. First, compensation is a mandatory topic of bargaining and should not be in the legislative arena. Secondly, the proposed legislation would create a financially unsustainable situation. And third, the provision itself is unworkable. To briefly explain each point, I'd like to outline for you how CCSNH is organized from an employee grouping standpoint. There are 7 colleges within the system, but we are one single employer. We have 3 distinct bargaining units, one for full-time faculty, one for staff, and a third for adjunct faculty. The SEA is the exclusive bargaining representative of the adjunct faculty and the staff bargaining units, and the full-time faculty, as you heard earlier, is represented by the New Hampshire Higher Education Union, which is a segment of the IBEW Local 2320. As a public employer, the process for collective bargaining is prescribed and governed by New Hampshire RSA 273A. Pursuant to 273A, it is the obligation of the public employer and the employee organization certified as the exclusive bargaining representative to negotiate in good faith on the terms and conditions of employment. As defined, the terms and conditions of employment mean wages, hours, and other conditions. Thus, wages are a mandatory subject of bargaining, and one bargained on behalf of covered employees through an exclusive bargaining representative. It also defines the bargaining process for both parties, management and the union. If good faith bargaining does not result in an agreement, the next prescribed step is mediation. If the mediation fails to result in agreement, the process moves to non-binding fact-finding. Bringing elements from bargaining into the legislative arena by either party is not the intent of the collective bargaining process that has been laid out for us. The legislation before you circumvents the established bargaining process. It also, if passed, would establish a mechanism that would allow either party, union or management, to engage in the legislative process for items not achieved through the bargaining process. It seems that creating a revolving door of bargaining parties coming before you seeking ends that they did not achieve in the context of a bilateral and thorough bargaining process undermines the legislative process as well as the bargaining process. Moreover, compensation is one element among many that are typically balanced amongst each other in a making up one component.
I'm working.
Undermines the whole.
He puts in his ear and then you can.
Secondly, on the topic of this being financially unsustainable, I want to begin by saying that we deeply value and respect the role of adjunct faculty. Fairness and compensation is obviously our goal, but so is organizational sustainability. I've worked in other states, and I literally have seen situations where college systems put themselves out of business because of contract elements that were unsustainable, and I am concerned. This isn't a finance bill. Perhaps it would not in itself have a direct impact on the state, but of course it would have a considerable financial impact on the community college.
Good, everyone, there you go. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. It would be a difficult one to calculate since there's so many variables. Ultimately, increased costs would be borne by the state and by the students. Affordability, which is our central mission, would cease, and this bill leads to that scenario or a significant jump in appropriation. I also fear what the adverse effects are that this bill would have on our students beyond affordability. It would certainly affect how many instructors of any kind that we can hire. It would diminish our flexibility in developing and offering courses, and it would be particularly harmful to our technical programs. And that would be a real loss for our students because they benefit from working with professionals that are teaching them, and they benefit from small classes, and flexible offerings in terms of time. So I ask you to be very cautious about this bill for these two reasons. First, because the matter does not belong in the legislative arena, and secondly, because it is unsustainable. Finally, to comment on the specifics of HB 501, stipulates that compensation will be based on 75% of the salary received by full-time faculty as calculated on a per credit hour basis. First of all, we don't determine a full-time faculty salary based on a per credit basis. The salary received by a full-time faculty is based on a full-time workload, which includes both instructional and non-instructional duties, some of which you've heard. Additionally, beyond preparing courses, our full-time faculty develop curriculum. They are the connection to industry. They are the people who are supporting and seeking specialty accreditations that bring high quality to our programs. They are student advisors and mentors. And while I thoroughly appreciate one of our previous speakers who talked about mentoring students, it's not something that we ask our adjunct faculty to do. I truly appreciate that some of our faculty engage that way. One of the challenges for me to speak about when I speak about our adjunct faculty is the diversity and the range. We have people such as Steve, who spoke, for whom this is their primary means of making a living. We have people who have taught previously and they supplement their retirement through working as adjunct faculty. And we have members of industry who take it upon themselves to help to educate the next group of workers that are going to come into their professions. The closest comparison that we can make in terms of pay for full-time faculty that's comparable to adjunct faculty is what we call overload. So if a full-time faculty member is teaching a course beyond what we've asked as their regular load, it turns out that their compensation for that overload course is actually slightly less than what we pay our adjunct faculty. And I have two examples for you. If an adjunct faculty member is teaching a basic accounting course, he or she is going to make about $2,500. If our full-time faculty is doing it as an overload, they're going to make about $2,200. I could also use anatomy and physiology as an example. An adjunct is going to make a bit less than $4,500. Our full-time faculty member is going to make about $3,800 for the same course. And I say that's the fair comparator, because while some adjunct faculty develop syllabuses, at many of our colleges, it is the full-time faculty who are developing the course outcomes, the syllabus template. They're identifying the textbook. They are doing a lot of the work, and we're then hiring our adjunct faculty in to teach within that framework. So I thank you for your kind attention. CCSNH does not support this legislation, but at the same time, I want to be clear that we very much value all of our employees, our faculty, part-time and full-time, and our staff. I thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of any members in the committee room? Seeing none, any questions of the members online? Representative Sullivan, do you recognize for a question? Can't hear you, Representative Sullivan.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Heward, I'd like to pose the same question to you that I did to the previous witness. Do you find the state of virtual poverty that your adjuncts are, some of them are living in, do you find it believable, and do you find it acceptable?
Representative Sullivan, I certainly believe what our adjunct faculty member has said. But as I was, so I believe what he is saying about his personal circumstance. And there may be other adjunct faculty in that circumstance, but it is not a description of the circumstance of all of our adjunct faculty. And it's hard for me to comment on the second piece of it. Do I find it acceptable? I would like everyone, I mean, the core mission of the community college is to help people to find satisfying, you know, jobs and make adequate salaries. So my comment would be that I wish the same for this adjunct faculty. But if you take the situation as they've described it now, if I say the average adjunct faculty within our system teaches 2 courses a semester, and I heard what Mr. Barkville said, by their suggestion, we would be talking, if an adjunct taught 2 classes in the fall, 2 classes in the spring, and 1 in the summer, I'm now actually exceeding the salary of a full-time faculty member. And we just don't have that financial capacity. We're in a place where, if I think about our students, 67% of our students are on federal financial aid. When we raised tuition a few years ago by $10, we saw a decline in enrollment. And we heard, because we did surveys from students very clearly, that they were maxed out. New Hampshire has either the highest community college tuition in the country or the second highest. So balancing all of these factors, I have to think about our students as well as our employees.
Thank you. Representative Toomey, you're recognized for a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony. I just wondered, what does let's say a full-time mathematics professor make annually?
It depends upon whether the person is an instructor, an assistant, or an associate. Give me just a moment. Our salaries range from about 45,000 to a little over 100,000 across the professoriate ranks.
What would an average be? Oh, I'm sorry. Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Hello.
You may follow up.
Okay, thank you. What would be the average salary of a professor that's been teaching for like 7 or 8 years?
Okay, someone who is teaching for 7 or 8 years would be, and I'm going to say an associate professor, Representative Toomey, just to choose one. So those are the folks that have been there with us for a while, probably have a master's degree. It is going to be someplace in the mid 80s.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for members online? Seeing none, any questions on members in the legislative office building here in the committee room? All right, seeing none, Christina, are there any additional people ready to speak? We need to move
Yes,
on.
I see Representative Timothy Horgan and then Jacob Bennett.
Representative Horgan, you're recognized to speak.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll be brief. I actually was just going to. The reason I decided to log on, and I apologize for like logging on belatedly, was because I think I pulled down the wrong option on the new whiz bang form. So I was planning not to express an opinion one way or the other on it, but very strongly in favor of the other 2 bills you're hearing at 1 o'clock, and I'm very strongly in favor of paying people more. So especially including adjunct faculty professors. But I think this bill is written has many flaws. So I agree with Mr. Cronin from the university system and Chancellor Heward that this would cripple the existing of our excellent public higher education things. First, probably some people in the room will probably hear that the university system and community college system hate it, might think, oh, this must have something to it. But no, it's the intention is good, but the idea as written is unrealistic. And also having 75% of the average salary is problematic. First of all, because full-time professors do a lot of work, outside the classroom, and actually, unfortunately, as do adjuncts. But in fact, there's some members of the faculty who contribute mightily to the university and community college system who do little, if any, teaching in the classroom. But also, it's also like the top professors. There's some who are superstar professors, who bring in lots of, who make very high salaries, and you can say whether or not that's fair or unfair, but there are some of those, and most of them bring in, many of them often bring in a lot of revenue from other sources. So that's, so I certainly think the idea of paying adjunct professors more is a good one in principle, and we should be paying everyone a lot more than they are, probably including us. Maybe they should give us a raise to $125 a year or something. But that's, I'm in favor of high wages in general, including the adjunct professors, but I sort of feel this bill is not workable. And if I'd navigated the form correctly, I would have not expressed opinion one way or the other, because I do I very much respect the three sponsors, and I totally support the larger effort that's part of. I think this particular bill has some issues, and is probably certainly not certainly passing it would be a bad idea. I mean, you might want to, feel like retaining and studying the issue, that'd be good, but probably don't want to do that given just the way things are here in the New Hampshire House. So that's what I wanted to say. I'm a little bit embarrassed. And the other two minimum wage bills, I totally support them. I think even $22.50 is not excessive, but that's not where. So I just want to be the record. I support the other two bills very strongly, but not this one. And it's probably unnecessary because probably nobody is actually going to. It's unclear who, if anybody, aside from the chair, actually gets to see these long lists of people who signed in. But I still thought I should log in and like retreat from what I said earlier today when I was filling out the form. So thank you very much. And I was not as brief as I was hoping it would be, but thanks. If I have any questions, you're welcome to ask them.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. We will be addressing the other bills shortly if you want to log on in a few minutes.
We need to go to, but I might try to log on. So yes, I'm totally in favor of paying people more. I think that's good for the economy, and including adjunct faculty. But just this bill, the way it works is kind of problematic. So thank
you, Representative Horgan. Christina, the other individual?
So it looks like Jacob Bennett and Stephen Bargill. I don't know if they already spoke, but they both have their hands up.
Jacob Bennett has spoken and Steve Bargill has spoken.
So aside from those two who have raised their hands, there is no one else.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other, I'm going to close the hearing on, before I close the hearing, there were 35 people who signed in, supporting 2 opposed and 1 neutral. The neutral was the Department of Labor, I believe. Yeah. It was not Department of Labor. I apologize. So I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 501 and move quickly to House Bill 107. House Bill 107 is in regards to increasing the minimum wage. It is sponsored by Representative Sofakidis. Is anyone? I have no one signed up to introduce the bill. I have 2 signed up opposed. Do we have any representative to introduce House Bill 107?
I believe Representative Sofakidis is here.
Yes. Thank you. I apologize for the mispronunciation. Representative, thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please, you're recognized to speak on your bill.
My name is Catherine Sofakidis. I represent Nashua Ward 7. And of all days, in your infinite wisdom, you scheduled the minimum wage bills when they're newsworthy from coast to coast. Today, Seattle's bill became an active bill to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And in the last election, Florida raised their minimum wage to $15 an hour. The minimum wage came about in 1938 from Franklin Delano Roosevelt after the Great Depression from the Fair Labor Standard Act. And it was a robust 25 cents an hour. And he made a statement then. He said, "No business which depends for its existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country." So for me, I started my first job when I was 14, and that was in 1969. Minimum wage was less than $2 an hour. And here we are in 2021, and it's gone up to $7.25 an hour. And I just think it's ludicrous for the adjusted for what it should be in the 30s. There's the wage stagnation for the poor is just incredibly awful. And the reason why I chose 2250 is because I want to express that the despair of the poor. And this last year, there was no plans for this pandemic. There was no plans for the winter, for how people were going to get through. There's just, people are hurting really, really bad. And some of the food banks have been out of food, and all the state could come up with in the fall was moving homeless people off of the courthouse and put them back by the river, the homeless. So that's why I want to encourage a broad, robust discussion about what the minimum wage should be. It does, the research is there that raising the minimum wage does not depress the economy. It does not harm businesses. I want to know, for the CARES Act money that the governor received, how much of that went to small businesses? Our small businesses are hurting. They're hurting bad. And yet we persist in giving tax cuts to the big businesses that don't often work in New Hampshire, but they have their headquarters here. And so where is all of this money? And I think it should come down to grants for small businesses. And we need to talk seriously about not a minimum wage, but how living wage can be better for New Hampshire. And I just implore you, I know that this is asking for the world in this bill, because there's no lag and there's no staggered thing, a date of starting. But what I want you to know is there's people out there in this state who work hard. They work so hard, and they're hungry. They're hungry, they're cold, and people are isolated because of the pandemic. And we need to, as a legislature, to help them and to help our communities. And that's what I have for you today. And I'm open for all the questions that I know are going to come. And I already know what they all are.
Does that conclude your testimony, Representative?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the representative on Zoom from the members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Any
I'll
questions?
speak, if I may.
Yes, Representative Smith. I'm sorry, I didn't see your.
That's okay. I was a little slow. Hello, Representative Salfakidis. It's good to see you. Have you used the living wage calculator that's available online? I think MIT has done it.
No, but I did read a research article over the summer that it would be $22.50 an hour.
Yeah, there's no question about it. If you look at the living wage calculator, they actually can break it down to Nashua. And if you look at it, you'll see that they don't even have the costs are crazy out of line with what's real here on the ground. The other thing is, you're familiar with places like Walmart that do not pay enough for their workers to stay off, government assistance. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, called the working poor. These are the people that you're talking about going to the food banks.
Yes. Those are the
Thank-
people in my ward. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Ward 7's in trouble. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. I have two other speakers signed up to speak. The first is Representative Huff, and then followed by Henry Vayu. Representative Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Greg Huff. I'm State Representative of Belknap County, District 3, Laconia, and I'm testifying today as a member of the public. In almost every circumstance, programs set up by the government that are to help so-called disadvantaged groups, such as the poor or the needy, or in this case, low-wage workers, almost always have the exact opposite effects on those groups that their well-intended sponsors hope for. In the case of minimum wage, as with any bad legislation, it stems from two groups: the special interest groups, such as in this case, trade or labor unions, and the well-intentioned do-gooders who believe they are helping people by enacting a law that proclaims nobody will get paid less than $22.50 per hour, when in reality, this bill will do nothing of the kind. What you are in fact doing is ensuring that people whose skills, education, or experience do not justify that kind of a wage will be unemployed. If a person comes to an employer for a job, say in the construction field, has little to no skills, and is worth perhaps $10 per hour to clean up the job site, assist with manual labor, all while learning to be a carpenter or a backhoe operator, HB 107 would now make it illegal for that employer to hire that person unless the employer was willing to engage in charity. Moreover, the person misses out on the opportunity to learn on-the-job skills, knowledge, and experience that someday may indeed make that employee highly valuable and worth more money. We now will have created a weak and inefficient workforce while establishing a permanent class of welfare wards of the state. This law would require employers to discriminate against people with low skills, education, or experience. This is by definition institutional discrimination and would harm the very people it's supposed to hurt. In closing, we all would like to, and I emphasize here, earn more money. However, it is clear that HB 107 would legalize discrimination against the good people of New Hampshire by their government, as well as producing crippling restrictions on our business community. As thus, I must urge this committee to declare HB 107 inexpedient to legislate. There is no place in this state for discrimination, much less be it imposed by this government upon our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you. I have a few hands up, so give me a couple minutes. I'll call everyone here. Representative Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the member for taking the question. As a quick point of clarification, I intend on supporting 5-7, not this one, but this is a more generic question based on early parts of the testimony. Do you support the existence of even a $7.25 an hour?
No.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Thank you. So if an employer was to very literally offer a $1 an hour position, do you think that that should be legal?
I missed the very last part of that.
If an employer was to offer a $1 an hour position, do you think that that would be or should be legal?
Yeah, it's still a free country, and I do not have to accept that job.
Okay.
Okay, for the follow-up, Representative?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I see a show of hands online. Did I see Representative Bouchard? I know you want to ask a question or you want to testify on 517, which you've supported. Either way, you can do both if you'd like.
No, I want a question.
Okay. You're recognized for
a question.
You are recognized. Representative Bouchard, you are ready. Yep. Recognized for.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you feel that an employer has any responsibility to make sure that his or her employees make a living wage?
Thank you for the question. I feel that it is the employee's responsibility to seek the skills, the knowledge, or the experience to be able to command a living wage.
Oh.
Follow up, Representative Bouchard.
Follow up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my follow-up question.
Thank you.
What about the employer or the employee that is working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive? How are they going to be getting the training or going to school to get out of that hole?
There are many avenues available. I'm such a person. I used to be a musician. As you can imagine, musicians don't always make a lot of money at all. While doing that, my family was starting. And as such, at the exact same time, my wife and I both decided to go back to school to get educations. So we had a toddler, we were both working jobs, and we were both going to school at night. I ended up getting 2 degrees, one of them in education. My wife got one in the medical field, and we're okay now. So I think it's on the person and what it is that they would like to do. There are plenty of avenues available to improve yourself. Thank you for the question.
And thank you for answering.
I see Representative Cahill has his hand raised. You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I'm glad that you and your wife were able to work and take care of your toddler and become educated. I wonder what sort of wages you were earning while you were in that process. Was there a minimum wage, or were you able to get a higher wage than $7.25 an hour?
You broke up a little bit in the middle of that. Could
Representative Cahill.
Yeah, sorry. Let me try again. What sort of wages were you earning when you were in this, education and furtherance of your situation? Were you both working for minimum wage, or was it a little bit higher than that?
We were working, I would assume, a little bit higher than that. My wife was still in the medical field. She was just in the administration of that. So she was running an office. And I, again, like I said, was a musician, but I also was a service employee. So I was on tips. So it depended on how well I did my job, whether or not I made money or not.
Follow up?
Follow up, Representative.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think the tip part also was determined by the generosity of the customer. which sometimes a good job doesn't always yield a good tip. Just one more follow-up. What do you play, Representative Huff?
Guitar.
I'm a bass player, and our chairman is a reformed drummer.
I play the drum. We could have a band right here.
I think so.
The labor band.
The labor band. Yes.
Any other questions for the representative or for the speaker? Seeing none online, any here in the committee room? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. I only have one, so Christina, after this, you can let me know if there's any others. Henry Vayu, New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. Are you with us? Big H.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, testifying on House Bill 107. And I don't really want to get into the hourly rate and what that should be. I think because that is probably largely going to be decided on the federal level. I think, we all see that there's a move for federal legislation. I think with the makeup down there, there's probably a pretty good chance that the wage will probably get increased on the federal level. And as you know, the state of New Hampshire has to follow the federal, which sets a floor. So, I don't think, there's a lot of good in us debating what it should be here, because I think for a large degree, it'll probably be decided on the federal level. But I do want to address a section of current law that we would like to have addressed. And in fact, I emailed the committee yesterday 2 attachments. One attachment is a bill that Senator Bradley has filed. It hasn't come out yet, but it is something that is to address the tip wage. In the statute right now, the tip wage is essentially tied to the minimum wage, the hourly rate. As you know, we don't have a state minimum wage right now, so our tip wage is essentially tied to the federal minimum wage. And for those of you that have the legislation that I emailed in front of you, you will notice in statute that it says the wage from the employer that tipped employees get shall be 45% of the hourly minimum wage. And right now, that is $3.27. And when I'm talking about minimum wage, when I'm talking about tipped employees aren't minimum wage workers. They're not minimum wage hourly workers. On average, the take home is between $18 and $20 an hour, with wages from the employer and tips combined. I mean, the bulk of what they earn comes in tips, but they're considered wages. They have to report them as wages. The employer pays the FICA and the taxes on those tips as wages, so they're essentially wages. And again, they're earning about between $18 and $20 an hour. But in the New Hampshire statute, the minimum that they must get from the employer is written in the statute as 45% of the hourly wage. What we would like to do is change it from a percentage of the minimum hourly rate to a specific number in the statute. The bill that Senator Bradley has would keep it at $3.27 per hour. I also included a bill that was introduced last year by Senator Susie, the Senate President last year, and she, in her bill, did something similar. She struck out 45% of the applicable minimum wage, and she put in her bill $4. But the reason for bringing that up is I think, we were on the same page and sort of wanting to put a specific number in statute. because if the federal minimum wage does go up to $15, let's just say that happens. The minimum wage for tipped employees would go from $3.27 to $6.75, which is just about double of what it is now. In many of the restaurants that I've talked to have said that would represent about a 40% increase in their payroll costs, which it's got to come out of someplace, and would probably be, the increase in menu prices. So what we would like to do, and again, it's a Senate bill. It's going to be discussed in the Senate. We hope to get some bipartisan support, and that it comes to the House in the spring. So you very well may be dealing with that bill. Again, it doesn't have a bill number yet. It's still an LSR. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that the issue of the tip wage in New Hampshire's statute is something that we're going to want to have a discussion with you and your committee, and it will probably come in the form of Senator Bradley's bill, which you will get after crossover, and we'll be discussing with you in the spring. So that's it. I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Do I see any questions from any members online? We do not see any hands. Anyone, any in the community room? Representative Seaworth.
I'll just grab this. Thank you for your testimony and your update on the proposed Senate bill. I did have a question. If you have knowledge on this, the other New England states, are we an outlier in that our tipped wage is done as a percentage? Do other states do it that way, or do our neighbors all tend to have a fixed rate for?
Thank you for the question. We are an outlier. The other states have basically fixed amounts in the statute, which the legislature can revisit as they would, anytime they wanted to revisit the minimum hourly rate. But the unique way we have it crafted now, it will decimate restaurants if it remains a percentage of the hourly. So we would like, but thank you for your question. We'd like to do what most states do and have a specific amount in statute.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Veyu, I know we've wandered off the topic of the bill at hand, but since we've done that and we're talking about outliers, isn't it true that New Hampshire is an outlier in that we allow the restaurants to retain 3% of the tax they collect from their customers?
So that's an issue you're talking about, the rooms and meals tax. So
that's the one.
The restaurants, for those not familiar with what Representative Cahill is talking about, and this is an issue that comes up in the House Ways and Means Committee. So the restaurants are responsible for collecting the rooms and meals tax for the state. There is a provision in the law that if they remit it by the 15th of the 15th day of the following month, they get to retain 3% of that as a commission for collecting the tax. Other states have different amounts, but New Hampshire does have 3%. For people that use credit cards going to restaurants, which is the majority of people now, there's a credit card fee charge. There's a percentage charge on that, so none of the restaurants are making money on it. They're basically just covering their costs for collecting the tax for the state. But that's an issue for the Ways and Means Committee.
Follow up.
We have a follow up, Mr. Veyu. Would you? We're having a hard time. You're getting more and more loud. Would you mouth a little closer to your receiver, or please?
Okay. Is this better?
Representative Cahill, go ahead with your question.
Yes, Mr. Veyu. I know the IRS is going to be processing returns in a week or so. Do you suppose we'll get a discount if we pay our taxes early by the 15th?
Uh, well, the individual taxes, I think, are a little different from the tax that the rooms and meals tax, for instance, which the operators collect for the state. I think for individuals, and they don't retain anything for their business taxes that they pay, obviously. So I think it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison that you have rather than apples to apples.
Right. Well, thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Representative Cahill.
Any additional questions for the speaker? Seeing none, Christina, do we have any additional people wishing to speak on this bill?
Yes, we have Bruce Burke, who signed up to testify.
Mr. Berkey, you're recognized to speak. Mr. Berkey?
I am here. Sorry about that.
Speak.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I know you've had a long day, so I'll try to keep this as brief as possible as I speak to both House Bills 107 and 517. I represent the National Federation of Independent Business, a nationwide organization, but here in New Hampshire, we represent more than 1,000 New Hampshire small businesses. And they oppose these increases in the minimum wage. And we oppose them for a variety of reasons. Unintended consequences is the biggest reason. If these rates more than double and triple in the case of 107, fewer jobs will be available, fewer hours for employees will be available, and perhaps fewer businesses will be available. And this will be hurting the very employees that these advocates are trying to help. And why does this happen? It happens because mandated actions, minimums, like the earlier bill on mandating sick leave, are taking place to infringe upon the free market. Under the parameters of these bills, an employee will earn more per hour, but may end up earning less per week because the individual's hours have been cut. Small businesses need to balance their budgets every day. It is important to recognize that each dollar increase for a full-time minimum wage job can cost that employer over $2,200 per year. You have the wage, you have Medicare taxes, and you have unemployment comp taxes, plus workers' comp insurance. Therefore, these bills will cause approximately, depending on which bill and what increase, between $5,000 and $20,000 per minimum wage job to the employers. It is important to remember that the minimum wage was never intended to support entire families. It was designed to be a training wage. It was designed to ensure a base. The proponents of 517, I applaud them because they recognize the true intent of a minimum wage through the new paragraph at the end of the bill that would establish a youth minimum wage. In any discussions going forward, this provision needs to continue to be a part of that conversation. Prior to the pandemic, reports showed that the lower 25% of paid workers were seeing their wages rise faster than those in the top 25%. And that was occurring because of the competition by employers for employees. There are so few, really the statistics show that there are so few minimum wage employees in New Hampshire. And in reality, those statistics are representing those workers that your previous speaker just spoke to. It's those in the hospitality world who are getting tips and earning much more than the minimum wage. So starting wages in New Hampshire are as high as they have ever been, and they're far above the minimum wage. A strong economy, helped by not raising business taxes last year, the year before as well, is helping all employees and businesses. I mean, look at New Hampshire, we're at 4% unemployment during this pandemic. We are in a good position here in the Northeast. Let's not crush that. We oppose these bills and we want to allow New Hampshire's markets to grow jobs and grow wages so businesses can continue to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try and address any questions you or your committee may have.
Thank you. Any questions in the, in the committee room? Seeing none, any online, folks? Seeing none, Christine, is that the last speaker?
We have Rich Gullah signed up to speak.
I'd like to close House Bill 107 and leave the remaining bill for 517 FN unless this individual is speaking on the $22.50 because I don't want people to keep saying, oh, well, they're talking about that one and I was hanging out for 517, so I'll just jump on here. And plus, I would really like to get something to eat since I have not eaten since last night at 8 o'clock. And I'm going to turn it over to Representative Seaworth. Representative Cahill, you have a question?
It was just that I was going to suggest you turn things over to the capable Representative Seaworth so you can get a bite.
Thank you. I'm going to do that. This gentleman, what is his name again, please, who'd like to testify?
Mr. Gullah.
Christina?
Yes.
What is
Representative? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
What is the gentleman's name who'd like to speak on House Bill 107?
So he's actually not available. I apologize. He was earlier. We have a couple of other hands raised, but I'm not sure what your plan is if you wanted to hear additional testimony.
All right, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to take these two individuals. I'm not going to take any more after this. I'm going to take these two individuals. If they'd like to speak on the $22.50, if they're going to speak the other one, I'm going to close this hearing and open the last one on 517, since that has a lot of different things in it, and this one's just simply raising it to $22.50. So, what is the first gentleman's name?
So actually, I have a Sherry Frost.
Ms. Frost is scheduled to speak on the next bill.
Okay.
So if you'd wait, I will do that. She's signed up to testify on House Bill 517. And the other individual?
Is Cullen Tiernan.
In fairness to Representative Rush, is a sponsor of this.
Yes, it does. I'm going to turn the hearing over to Representative Seaworth, and Representative Seaworth, you can decide who you're going to recognize, dude. And I would recognize Representative Frost. He is a sponsor. Thank you, Representative Frost.
So just to, I'm going to follow along with what the chairman said, that we'd like to take these last two speakers if they still want to speak, and if they want to speak on the 2250 bill. If not, we'll move on to the next bill. So Representative Frost, Representative Frost is a co-sponsor of this bill, 107. So if you would like to speak on this bill.
Well, she put her hand down, I think.
And the last speaker, Mr. Tiernan.
Yes.
Go ahead and we'll recognize him.
Thank you. I'm the political director with SEA. Thank you for recognizing me. I just want to make sure that President Rich Gullah, who's not on right now, can speak to the next bill, if that's all right with the committee.
We will go through everyone who wants to speak with the next bill when we open it.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last person that I have, I apologize, was on the list is Infinity Sandifer.
Okay. Did you need a spelling on that? Can you see that?
I can send you the updated file afterwards.
Nderfer. Go ahead. You're recognized to speak on the 2250 bill B107.
Hello, my name is Infinity Sandifer and I live in West Lebanon. I am representing myself as a poor person. I last year made $15 an hour working full time and I still qualified for cash assistance. I have one child, he's 5 years old. I've been working in childcare or respite care type jobs for most of my life. And for most of my life, I have not made a living wage. We like to throw around a lot of different terms. I feel like minimum wage has an idea tied to it that a living wage does not. And I can say that you're right, a minimum wage is not capable of supporting a family, but I, as a single person, should be capable of supporting a family, especially doing jobs that are important to the community. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of folks that make far below living wages being considered essential workers. And we talk about how, you know, somebody at McDonald's shouldn't necessarily make as much as a CEO, but I'm not really sure why somebody's sweat at a drive-through is worth less than somebody's sweat in an office. I feel that, you know, we throw around these terms in hopes that we can kind of get around the issue of this is a moral issue. Being able to survive is a moral issue. This is not, you know, worrying about somebody's pocket along the lines. These are people who are showing up at food banks and on assistance and incapable of taking care of themselves. If you pay people a living wage, then the cost of insurances and doctor's bills goes significantly down. You can save money in a lot of other areas just by providing people enough money to survive. I am in full support of a living wage, which we know is about $22 to $23 an hour. And I really don't understand how the argument can get from, you know, the morality of survival to, you know, pocketbooks. These are two different conversations. Rich get rich literally off of the sweat of the folks working at Walmart, McDonald's, and these huge companies that don't pay living wages, while rich folk continue to get rich. Why is there such a huge discrepancy in the worth of somebody's time? An hour's worth of time should be an hour's worth of time, regardless of what you were doing. And I feel like that's really kind of important when we're talking about raising the wage here in New Hampshire.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions for this witness online? Seeing no hands, are there any questions in the committee room? Seeing none, thank you very much. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 107. And I may need help. Chairman Infantine was very quick to count off. We have a number of pages of sign-in for HB 107. And do you have the numbers on that, Ms. Dyer?
Yes, I do. For that particular bill, there were 223 people in support and 41 opposed. One person was neutral.
All right, thank you for that help. And with that, I'll move on to the next bill. I think it's our last bill. And that is HB 517. And I will first see, I know Representative Schultz had other commitments. She is the prime sponsor of this bill, so if she is available, I would recommend.
She is here.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I've been in and out of my committee. I've already cast 4 votes and I'm back. Thank you so much for your time, Labor Committee. I really appreciate your stamina on this issue. New Hampshire needs a needs a raise desperately. We've had a minimum wage in the past before removing it and defaulting to the federal one, $7.25 an hour is irresponsible and, in all kindness, inhumane. We are a wealthy state, but over 130,000 people make less than $15 an hour in the Granite State. And what's really bizarre to me on that level, not only does it make it difficult for families, but the average citizen in New Hampshire actually supports bringing back a New Hampshire minimum wage that is much higher than $7.25 an hour. Hang on just a second. Sorry about that. I also, just for the record, want to say I also support the other bill. The other bill gets closer to a living wage, but in all honesty, if you look at the MIT living wage calculator, which I know Representative Schmidt mentioned earlier, I'm going to send a few links to a few New Hampshire specific data from that, because it really does a great job of showing what it is by estimate, an actual living wage in most parts of New Hampshire. It is generalized, though, by county. So do see that with a grain of salt. That's waters it down a bit, you know, comparing an expensive place like Portsmouth to other parts of that county. And it's true in pretty much every county. But anyway, looking at that, the minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is below the poverty rate. And in general, for the whole state, a living wage for, if you average everywhere in New Hampshire, for a family of three, one child with two parents, with one of the parents working, it's about $54,000 a year as a living wage. That's just for rent, food, the absolute basics. That doesn't include a cable package. It doesn't include student loans. It doesn't include expensive medical debt. It doesn't include saving for emergencies or retirement, and all kinds of things. So I do want to pivot and say some good news. And that is because the fight for 15 has been successful in a lot of places in America, whether it's many cities or states, we've been able to do a lot of interesting studies in America that compare those economies to the ones like ours. And by the way, we are in a sad little donut here with everybody around us paying significantly better and having a better quality of life as a result. But going back to the good news, we know that while for the initial implementation of a decent raise like my bill does, which starts at over $12 an hour, which puts us in alignment with our neighbors, there is a short period, maybe months or less, where there is a bit of an adjustment, but very quickly the economy rebounds and does very well, because the majority of money that a low-wage worker earns is spent and put right back into the economy immediately. And entrepreneurship actually goes up, contrary to what a previous speaker was saying. If you pay people a living wage, if you pay them a better wage, they actually then can start jobs and can start companies or go off on their own and freelance and live a better wage after that. It gives them a spring off point to do that. Here's two of the more interesting ones, comparing, again, the places where the fight for 15 has been successful and the economies like ours. Where they've raised the wage, the significant reduction in the number of suicides in those communities compared to our economy, and even a significant decrease in unwanted pregnancies, because go figure, most of the people who earn low wages are women and they can afford to have the babies. So I can send you the links to those studies if you like that. I also want to address one other point from a previous speaker who was speaking about this bill and the previous bill and talked about a training wage. And I just felt a little frustrated because there's this notion that, well, if you want to make more and you want a better job, you should just go get a better job. And I think that there's a real problem with that societally. I'm the first in my family to get a college education, but my parents were very happy to be a baggage handler and a school secretary, and they liked their jobs. They had no desire to do anything else, actually, and they were able to do that for most of their careers. And I think that it's been true in American history that if you want to work at a store, or if you want to work as a home care aide or a child care worker, all of those are jobs that tend to be very low wage in our current economy. For many people, that's a calling. And I think this country needs to change our attitude about that and go to what Martin Luther King Jr. said, that all labor has dignity. Every job that someone has created in and of itself should be seen with dignity, and we should pay the wages that should match that dignity and not have people needing to file for government assistance when they're working full time. I find that disgusting. I find that immoral. And we have the ability to do right by that, to make sure that instead of giving backdoor corporate welfare to places like Walmart, who teach their employees, and they're not the only ones, to go on public assistance, then they get state grants from the state of New Hampshire. I can get you that data and that substantiation for a whole ton of money, and then cause a difficulty for their workers when we know that there's a stigma associated to getting public assistance. I would say many low-wage workers who have to apply for assistance have their own inner voice of a Tea Party person telling them what a failure they are, when in fact they should have dignity and be paid a living wage, which is just, which is fair, which is good for the economy, reduces suicides, and a lot of other good things. We're far overdue to bring back a New Hampshire minimum wage. And if I could go on for much longer, but I will stop my remarks and take any questions anyone may have.
All right, thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Are there any questions for the representative online? Representative Bouchard, you are signed up to speak and are a co-sponsor of this bill. Typically, you choose one side of the table or the other.
Okay, so I won't ask the question. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Anyone else online have a question? Seeing none, Representative Adjutant, you are recognized.
Thank you, Representative Seaworth.
And I don't know if you're close enough to the mic. Do you have one there?
There's one right there. Thank you.
Thank the representative for taking my question. I want to give you a quote, and I'm wondering if you can tell me who said it.
Okay.
The minimum wage has to go up, at least 10 federally, but it has to go up. Can you tell me who said that?
I'm gonna guess Ronald Reagan. Honestly, I don't know.
Yes.
Would you believe me if I told you that that was former President Trump?
I would actually, yes.
Just one more
Thank
follow-up.
you.
If this is going to turn into a big advocacy for Trump support,
I'm
going to have to cut you off. All right, go ahead. Follow
One more follow-up.
I can tell you that there are a lot of low-wage workers among the supporters of Donald Trump, so this would actually help them.
That's part of my follow-up. In 2020, the state of Florida voted for President Trump by 4.5%. At the same time, the state of Florida passed with 60% of the vote, enough for a constitutional amendment, a minimum wage of $15 an hour, jumping from $8.50 an hour to $15 an hour. So do you believe there is a possibility for a broad bipartisan consensus on an issue like the minimum wage?
I absolutely do. And I know that there has been polling in New Hampshire where it was a poll in 2019 of New Hampshire voters. And even over 60% of Republican voters in New Hampshire support bringing back a New Hampshire minimum wage that is significantly higher than the current federal rate. And I don't understand why that hasn't shown up in the polling of, say, our governor. But yes, you're absolutely right. It's wildly popular.
All right, thank you. Are there other questions from in the committee room? One last opportunity from online. Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your time, committee.
I will next recognize co-sponsor Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, my fellow colleagues, for taking my testimony in support for HB 517. I represent an economically diverse ward in Manchester, and while campaigning to represent this ward for the House, I met constituents that are struggling to make ends meet even while working 2 to 3 jobs. I supported a $15 minimum wage during our last session, as well as supporting this $15 minimum wage bill during this session. To make a connection in my support of this bill with my core beliefs in life is that I believe no one who works 40 hours a week should struggle to put food on their table and pay their rent. And we should be trying to make a goal to create a living wage in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions for the representative from the committee room? Seeing no questions here, are there questions from online? I see no hands, so thank you for your testimony, Representative.
Thank you.
Still have Representative Frost on the call. Representative Frost, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sherry Frost. I represent Dover's Ward 4, Stratford 16. As a general rule, one should expend no more than 30% of one's gross monthly income on housing. If one is a renter, that 30% should include utilities, and if one is an owner, it should include other home ownership costs like mortgage interest, property taxes, and maintenance. I've done some research and found the average rent, not including utilities, in several towns across the state. I'd like to share with you what I found. The average rent in Manchester is $1,431. In Dover, it's $1,485. In Concord, it's $1,225. Nashua, Merrimack, and Portsmouth come in around $1,670. Rochester, Hudson, Temple, and Laconia figure around $1,200, with Belmont coming in a little lower at $1,185. Goffstown and Guilford rentals can be had at an average of about $1,150 or so. Rent in Lebanon is about $1,955. Berlin and Gorham come in the least expensive towns of those I researched. Berlin's rent is about $940 and Gorham's is about $700. Remember, these are all figures for rent alone and don't include any utilities. In every single one of those towns, with the exceptions of Berlin and Gorham, one would have to earn at least $20 an hour to come in at the 30% recommendation referenced above. In order to live in Lebanon, one needs to earn closer to $34 an hour. Nashua and Merrimack and Portsmouth rent would require about $28 an hour, and to live in my city of Dover, one needs to earn about $25 an hour. Even living in the least expensive communities I researched would require a salary of at least $13 an hour, a figure well above the current minimum wage of $7.25. That's just rent. That figure doesn't cover utilities or groceries or insurance or transportation costs or childcare or any of the other expenses that come with basic survival. It's my contention, and I would hazard a guess that my co-sponsors of both of these minimum wage bills would agree, though I wouldn't deign to put words in their mouths, that all workers deserve a livable wage. If a job needs doing, the person doing that job should be fairly compensated. And by fairly compensated, I mean they should be earning enough to thrive in the communities where they work. We worry an awful lot about what raising wages will do to businesses. I think it's long past time we start asking why it is that these businesses aren't able to pay wages that ensure that their workers are able to live safe and dignified lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Are there any questions for the representative? I'll first go online. I don't see any hands, so in the committee room, Representative Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, first, what was the hourly rate that you mentioned to live in Lebanon?
Let me go back to my notes. About Lebanon's rent is about $19.55 a month. And again, I'm an English teacher, so you're welcome to check my math, but I came out at about $34 an hour just to cover rent.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Does anybody live in Lebanon?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if anybody lives in Lebanon?
Yes.
I'm certain people live in Lebanon, yes.
Thank you.
I'll recognize Representative Adjutant for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the research that the member has put into this. On that note, Representative, would you believe me if I said that since 1968, the buying power of the minimum wage has dropped 31% compared to what it is today, meaning that workers earning minimum wage have on average $6,800 less to spend on necessities than those same people did doing those same jobs 50 years ago?
I would believe that.
Any further questions from the committee room? Any members I missed online? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Frost, for your testimony. I'll now go on to the next one on the list. I have the Reverend Dr. Gail Kinney, representing herself as a member of the public, but also representing the New Hampshire United Church of Christ Economic Justice Team. Please go ahead. You are muted.
I don't think she understands.
Reverend Kinney, you appear to still be muted. If you can unmute yourself. You're still muted and we can't hear anything from you. I'm going to assume there's an issue with your system that you may be able to look into. I'll skip ahead to the next person on the list and we'll come back to you and see if we can hear you in a little bit. So next up, I have Maggie Fogarty, a lobbyist for the American Friends Service Committee of New Hampshire.
What happened to Christina?
Is Ms.
I do
Fogarty?
not see her.
All right, I will again come back to her if she shows up before the end. Next up, I would recognize Greg Moore, a lobbyist for Americans for Prosperity, New Hampshire.
Do not see him either.
All right. So I still see Reverend Kinney muted. Is that at our end or at her end?
Oh, that's at her end. I left her on in case she unmuted, but she has not.
Okay, so that's all the people that signed up in advance to speak?
I have a few more that signed up after those were generated. I have Rich Gullah from the SEA.
Yes, I'd recognize Mr. Gullah.
Oops. Just a moment.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. I want to thank you. I'm actually testifying on House Bill 107. I'm sorry, I had some technical difficulties and couldn't make it until now. But good afternoon. My name is Richard Gullah. I'm president of the State Employees Association, SEIU Local 1984. We represent the majority of state employees as well as workers in some of our state's counties and municipalities. And again, I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 107. I'm here because New Hampshire's low-wage workers deserve a raise. I support reestablishing a granite state minimum wage and raising it in order to lift up all of New Hampshire's families. The federal minimum wage, which are now stuck at without our own, has been stuck at $7.25 since 2009. Meanwhile, the cost of everything has gone up. Milk, bread, eggs, rent, electricity, and believe it or not, even with the recent dip in fuel prices, gasoline and home heating oils are still more expensive today than in 2009. In fact, since the 1960s, the minimum wage has lost almost 50% of its purchasing power. The failing value of minimum wage is hurting thousands of New Hampshire's working families and eroding the stability of our communities. That's because, contrary to popular myth, almost 90% of the impact of minimum wage is on workers over the age of 20, and more than 50% are women, many with children. As a store manager at one of New Hampshire's liquor stores, I have worked personally and known many minimum wage workers, part-time clerks, some working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. A mom who was working part-time for me once told me that it wasn't her health benefits that she wanted, but more hours so she could put more food on the table for her 5 children. And I cannot begin to tell you how many young adults I have met who are still living with their parents, and worse, parents who have been forced to live with their children. As a New Hampshire citizen, I'm frankly outraged by how many large companies are exploiting workers and the state. People should not be choosing between healthcare and food. Workers should not have to receive guidance on how they apply for assistance as part of their company's orientation. We are better than this. And as president of one of the largest unions in the state, I am determined to change it. We believe the tide is turning on this issue. Already we have seen companies large and small moving to raise the wages of workers and supporting an increase in the minimum wage. Companies like McDonald's and IKEA are supporting a raise in the minimum wage. We all know that Costco has proven that even a living wage business model can flourish in our economy. The people are also speaking out. Fast food workers are organizing and demanding action, and more than 75% of American public support raising the minimum wage. All across this country, coalitions are working tirelessly and successfully. 22 states have passed a minimum wage higher than the federal rate. You have in front of you a significant opportunity. The minimum wage was enacted nearly 80 years ago by President Roosevelt with broad bipartisan support. It has been raised over the years, again with bipartisan support, because both political parties have understood that raising the tide lifts all boats. A minimum wage earner works $14,500 per year. You have an opportunity to change that, to make it better for all of us. I have been very fortunate to work for the state of New Hampshire. And thanks to my union, there are no minimum wage jobs in our bargaining unit. But today, our voices are with the growing chorus of the public who want the minimum wage raised. It is time to give the people of our state a raise. With that, I conclude my testimony and thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I see a question here in the committee room for the witness, Representative Edgerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question, Mr. Gilla. One of the criticisms of an increase in the minimum wage consistently is that it would obliterate jobs and raise unemployment. However, in my research the other night, I noticed that the Australia has a minimum wage of $19.84 an hour, and they have the same unemployment rate as the United States. Do you think that the line of argument that this would be a job destroyer is an accurate one?
I'd have to research that more. I don't, but I'd have to research that more and get back to you.
Any other questions from the committee room? Any questions for this speaker online? I see no hands raised, so I thank you for the testimony.
Thank you.
Could you give us our next speaker, please?
I have Jane Hay.
All right. I'll recognize Ms. Hay. Is that correct? It appears there.
Okay, yeah, it's Haig, like the General Alexander. Hi there, I'm just speaking for myself. I live in Manchester, and I just think everybody that works needs to have a living wage. Representative Frost discussed the amount of rent that people pay, et cetera. And it seems obvious that $7.25 is just not enough. I think everyone that works full-time deserves the dignity of a living wage so that they don't have to depend on any of the resources like SNAP or food assistance or any of the other, even, Medicaid assistance. So I really hope that you will just pass this bill so that we can afford everyone in New Hampshire the dignity of a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness online? Seeing none, anybody from the committee room? Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Who else do we have?
Looks like Dr. Reverend Gail Kinney has raised her hand, so perhaps she's available now.
Okay, let's see if we can get that working. Reverend Kinney.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I apologize for that glitch before. I live in a technological desert in New Hampshire, and I'd been listening to the committee hearing right from its beginning this afternoon, and just at the moment you called my name, the computer froze and I couldn't get back on. So anyway, thank you for your patience. So for the record, my name is Gail Kinney. I'm a resident of Canaan, New Hampshire, and I am a pastor with the United Church of Christ. And back in 2014, the United Church of Christ, which is the largest Protestant denomination in the state, and the UCC is made up, it's all the congregational churches that dot the landscape from north to south, east to west in New Hampshire. But in 2014, this denomination passed a very strong resolution calling on New Hampshire to reinstate a state minimum wage at a rate that was not a moral embarrassment, and in other words, a living wage. And that resolution, sadly, is now 7 years old. And every year, the denomination, along with its faith partners and many, many other denominations, sort of restate and reinforce their commitment or their desire as a matter of public policy for you folks to reestablish a minimum wage and make it a living wage. So who does this really affect? Who's really, who are we dealing with? Who are we talking about? What are the faces? What are the names? Who are the people? And I would say that as we have lived through almost a year now of this pandemic, I have to believe that every member of this committee at one point or another has praised essential workers, those people who are still doing food service, who are working as cashiers in the stores, the people who are cleaning the hospitals and nursing homes, and even the building that you were in, those of you who are in the State House, people that are doing home health care, are still taking care of children, and on and on. And most of the low-wage workers in our state at this point in time, who are still living in poverty, even though they're working full-time, most of them are, in fact, the essential workers that we talk about and that we praise. The unfortunate thing is that praise for those workers and lauding them and appreciate them for what they do does not pay their bills. So I want to just address two other things really quickly. I would like to dispel a couple of myths that have been raised over and over about about a minimum wage or living wage. And the first is that, and this has been mentioned, but I want to reiterate it, the original concept of a minimum wage for this nation and for the states over 70 years ago, it was never, ever, ever meant to be a training wage. It was meant to be a living wage. It was meant to, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt and others who supported the concept of a minimum wage in both the House and the Senate and across the country, they were talking about a wage through which workers could afford, full-time workers could afford the basics of living, food, clothing, and shelter, and more. And again, I'm sure that every single member of this committee is very familiar with what the costs are for shelter and for food and the basics of living in New Hampshire. And New Hampshire also that includes transportation and heat, etc. That you know what that costs. And the reality is that every single person who works full-time in the state of New Hampshire should be able to afford those things, the basics of living in the state of New Hampshire. And that should be a moral priority, I would hope, for every member of the legislature. And second, it's argued that, and I think we heard this today already, and in terms of, I think it was House Bill 107, that well, you know, we don't need to establish a state minimum wage. We don't need to have a public policy for a wage floor or public policies for living wages, because the market will provide. The market will take care of things. Just let the free market provide. Well, okay, so the market provides, except when it doesn't. If the market were working, then every person who was working a full-time job would be able to lift themselves out of poverty. And that is frankly not the case in New Hampshire. If the market were to provide, then full-time workers would not have to depend on tax-funded services for food, for heat, for healthcare, etc. If the market were working, particularly for people in food service and hospitality and healthcare and elder care and janitorial services, they wouldn't continue to live in poverty. They wouldn't live a life of economic anxiety every day of their lives. So another thing I just want to note about this particular bill, I was fascinated by the fiscal note. The fiscal note talks about, or it outlines in terms of the state, that, oh my goodness, if we were to raise the minimum wage, even up to that $12 mark or whatever, that would affect the state, because we pay 241 people right now below that mark. And in the next tier of the raise, that would affect 901 workers, and on and on. So my question is, who are those 241 workers today that are working not enough really to survive? And are they also on food stamps or any other kind of support? And it should be, are they essential workers? What kind of service are they providing? State workers are sort of an essential foundation for beloved. We talk in the church, we use the word beloved community. But if we are not paying workers today, state workers today, enough to live on, that fiscal note should be an embarrassment to all of us. So I just wanted to emphasize that point as well. I just want to say something quickly about, in reference back to House Bill 501 and to just the concept of minimum wage overall. There is a history professor at Dartmouth who is nationally known, actually internationally known, for her work on wages, Dr. Annalise Orlick. And she wrote a book 2 years ago, We Are All Fast Food Workers Now. And the title of that book comes from when she was interviewing adjunct faculty who said, you know what, we're fast food workers now. That's what we make, or even less than what fast food workers make. And in her research, she has found that adjunct faculty members were among the most easily economically exploited and some of the lowest paid people in the workforce on an hourly basis. So that's a moral embarrassment too. So overall, I know you'll hear from other people, and you've already heard excellent testimony with facts and figures, but essential workers in the state of New Hampshire deserve to essentially live. And that should be a basic public policy of the state of New Hampshire. So I urge you, I implore you, with all the moral strength I can muster, to find this bill ought to pass.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness online? Seeing no hands, are there any questions from the committee room? Seeing none, thank you again for your time. Do we have any other people waiting online?
Yes, we have Asma El-Huni.
Ms. Salhuni, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Asma El-Huni, and I am the Movement Politics Director for Rights and Democracy in New Hampshire. I actually wanted to speak in favor of House Bill 107 for a livable wage, because that's what we really need to support, livable wages. But since we did move on, I am here to speak in support of HB 517 because it's the next best thing and certainly not enough. Also, I just want to also address Representative Greg Hugh. Representative, I actually live in Lebanon. I moved to Lebanon in August, and I would not have moved to Lebanon without 3 individuals who are paying rent in our apartment. So just wanted to say that our rent is $19.94. I also have friends who are sharing homes in Lebanon as well. So not really sure why you asked if there were people living in Lebanon, because yes, there are people living in Lebanon, and yes, there are people struggling to keep a roof over their heads who live there as well. So just wanted to share that. So back to the bill. This is certainly not a complicated bill. And I'm certain that none of you here are going to be okay with the current 7.25.24, the current minimum wage. And so I expect that all of you will do the proper thing and definitely vote in support of this bill. This is definitely a no-brainer, and I trust again that you'll vote the right way. But I do wanted to share a testimony from a restaurant, because we were talking about small business, and the restaurant is called Gasano's, and it's also in Lebanon. And this is what they gave us to share with this legislative body, and they gave me this last session. This is a response towards the argument that this will hurt small businesses. And basically they said, quote, "Dear Sir, Madam, I am writing to express our support for the concept of raising the minimum wage to a livable wage. Our own minimum wage in our kitchen is effectively $13 per hour, with the average wage of an experienced cook between $15 and $16 per hour. We currently pay non-tipped employees, such as hosts, as little as $11 per hour, but it would not be crippling if we were increased to $13. Our tipped employees average a combined wage of hourly wages and tips of at least $13 per hour for bussers and similar positions, and our servers average $15 per hour or more, with some earning significantly more. Keeping the tipped employee wage at $3.27, with the exception that their combined wage to include tips would equal $13 per hour, would not impact us in any way. Maria and I believe that the work that is done by our employees is worthy of a livable wage. And while we understand that increasing the minimum wage, we may have to increase our overall wages over time, we do also believe that an overall wages increase in our state, there will be more money being pumped into the local economy. We also believe that when possible, it is better to offer a livable wage and to encourage the dignity of rewarding work than to otherwise supplement family incomes through government programs. By ensuring fair wages, we would hope to see a decrease in these programs over time, or at least the amount of time that individuals and families spend benefiting from programs before becoming self-supporting. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share this testimony with you, and just to share that small businesses that understand that when we pay workers livable wages, it's going to benefit all of us. And the fact that we're relying on restaurants to do that, the free market, as they would call it, is very problematic, because then some employers will pay their employees livable wages while others don't, and that won't benefit the economy the way we were talking about pumping money into the economy. That'll only work if everyone is paying their employees a livable wage, and that way we have everyone getting money and able to spend, because obviously research has shown that people that make more spend more. And of course, I'm talking about the average resident or community member. I'm not talking about millionaires and billionaires, but the average community member does spend when they make more. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Could I ask you to spell your name for the committee records, please?
Absolutely. It's Asma, A as in apple, S as in Sam, M as in Mary, A as in apple. And the last name is El-Huni, E as in Edward, L as in Larry, H as in Henry, N as in Nancy, I as in Igloo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for this speaker? First online, any hands? I don't see any. Anyone from the committee room have a question? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Do we have someone else waiting?
Yes, we have Kathy Stobe.
All right, Ms. Staub, you are recognized to speak.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to address the committee regarding the minimum wage bills. My name is Kathy Staub and I live in Manchester. And this is a really very important issue. We have a lot of people in Manchester who work for low wages, and they really are counting on you to help them live better lives. The last time the minimum wage was raised in New Hampshire was in September of 2008. Every other New England state has raised the minimum wage for its workers, mostly by legislation, and in Maine it was a ballot initiative. I sent my testimony via email because there's a lot of numbers and I wanted to make sure that you had something to refer to. Looking back at 2010, the minimum wage in the New England states ranged from a low of $7.25 in New Hampshire to a high of $8.25 in Connecticut. So there was a range there, but they were all pretty much in the same ballpark. Today, Massachusetts has the highest minimum wage at $13.50, and the lowest minimum wage in New England outside of New Hampshire is $11.50, and we remain at $7.25 an hour. That's just, that is really having a negative impact on working people in our economy. You know, I've heard a lot of excuses for not raising the minimum wage, and I'd like to address a couple of them. The first one is that no one actually makes $7.25 an hour. You know, minimum wage is not, it's not an absolute thing. It's kind of like, it's not a microeconomic thing, it's a macroeconomic thing. And raising the minimum wage is like kind of like releasing a valve. So you open it up a little bit, you raise the minimum wage and a bunch of money floods into the economy and that circulates around and that provides stimulation and that enables you to keep raising the minimum wage. And it's true that there are very few people in Manchester making $7.25 an hour, but because we have such a low floor, it has hampered wage growth for other New Hampshire workers around the state. For example, we have 58,310, these statistics are from the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security, ELMI document. We have, and it says that we have 58,000 food service workers and their average starting wage is $9.10 an hour. The median wage is $12.03 an hour, which means that half of those 58,000 people are making less than $12 an hour, which is significantly less than a lot of the minimum wages in other states. We have 21,500 cashiers in the state, and their average starting wage is $9.90 an hour, and the median wage is $11.53. Those are essential workers. If those people didn't come to work, we would have all starved to death by now. We also have home health aides who are starting at $11.23 and childcare workers starting at $9.52 and janitors at $11.13 an hour. And those are essential workers. Those are the people who have been keeping things going for us, and they are making very low wages. And they should be able to live with dignity. The Economic Policy Institute estimates that there are 153,000 New Hampshire workers who would benefit from raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. The other argument that I hear is that it'll cause prices to go up. Well, prices have been going up. Since 2008, housing costs, for example, have increased. I'm using New Hampshire Low-Income Housing Coalition statistics, which are a little bit different than the numbers that Representative Frost had. But, you know, in 2008, a two-bedroom apartment in New Hampshire was $1,044 per month. And in 2020, they listed as $1,218. And it's higher in a lot of other places. For example, Lebanon or Rockingham County, they have very high rents. You know, so prices are going up. And I think anybody who's been to the grocery store recently also knows that. Because, you know, food prices have also gone up a lot during this pandemic. The other argument is that if you raise the minimum wage, it's going to crash the economy or hamper recovery. You only have to look at our neighboring states to see that that's not the case. In 2017, Maine raised their minimum wage from $7.50 to $9. Income for the lowest paid workers increased by the greatest amount since 2001. An estimated 10,000 children were lifted out of poverty. And in March of 2018, the unemployment reached its lowest rate in 40 years. They raised their minimum wage to $10 in 2018, $11 in 2019, and $12 in 2020. And employment rates remained below 4% until the pandemic. And I don't know how the recovery will go. I suspect that having tens of thousands of underpaid workers who are unable to save for an emergency is going to make it really difficult for families to recover, to pay back rent, the kind of credit card debt that they've incurred since they've been out of work. What I do know is that raising the minimum wage has been an important economic stimulus tool since the Great Depression. The last time the federal government raised the minimum wage was during the Great Recession. It helps the lowest paid workers meet their needs and infuses cash into the economy, and it gets it circulating through businesses big and small. Another argument that I hear is that other states have income taxes, and that's why they have to have higher wages. And it's true that New Hampshire does not have an income tax, but our wages are so low, much lower than minimum wage earners in other states, that you know, it really doesn't matter. Maine has a 5.8% income tax up to $44,000 a year, and net income after state tax is applied will still be $11.45 an hour. Massachusetts has a flat tax of 5%, and the net income after taxes applied is still $12.82, which is a lot more than our low-wage workers are making in New Hampshire. I mean, I could do the other states, but I think, you know, you get the idea. I'd also like to take a minute to talk about tipped wages. You know, I've often heard people talk about, how much money their servers make by serving up the $13 hamburgers. And indeed, I'm curious to know where that $18 an hour figure came from, because when I look at the ELMI report, it says that for waiters and waitresses, the average wage, starting wage is $8.76 an hour. The mean wage is $13.30 an hour, and the median is $9.97. So I would be curious to know where those numbers are coming from. But when I go out to a restaurant, that $13 hamburger does not cost me $13. I tip it 20%, so that means that I pay $15.60. And then you add the 9% room and meals tax, and the total cost of the burger is $16.77. If there aren't people that can come in to pay $16.77 for a burger, or somebody comes in and eats that burger and doesn't leave a tip, then the employer only has to pay my server $7.25 an hour for her time. And that's not enough to feed her family and keep a roof over their heads. You know, and then I also will have to foot the bill for the subsidies. You know, the reality is that tipped workers, and the reality for consumers, you know, it's a broken system, and it needs to be fixed. You know, it costs, it requires just as much energy for somebody to bring me an English muffin and a coffee if I'm not that hungry, as it does for them to bring me, you know, a $40 steak. And they deserve, you know, that work has dignity, because I really appreciate them refilling my coffee cup. And in those occasions, I do try to tip more than 20%, because, you know, if my bill is that low, that it's just really not worth it for them. The bottom line is that while New Hampshire is known to have the low poverty rate on paper, the reality is that there are thousands of people who are struggling. An estimated 47% of people in the state are rent burdened, which means they spend more than 50% of 30% of their income on housing. Some people spend as much as 50% of their income on housing. You know, this body has the ability to determine that the New Hampshire advantage is something that helps corporations make profits, or that helps people who live here make a decent life for themselves. And I think that New Hampshire is a great place to live. And I think raising the minimum wage would help more people be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness online? I see no hands. Anybody from the committee room? Seeing none, thank you again. Do we have other people waiting to testify?
I see Amanda Sears with her hand up.
We had a question from the committee room. How many hands do you see now?
Two.
Two more hands. All right, thank you. Ms. Sears, you are recognized to speak.
Hi, and thank you. This is Amanda Sears, Director of the Campaign for Family Friendly Economy. I wanted to testify in support of this bill, and just to simplify it, just to say that when jobs don't pay enough, working people can't pay their bills, and that's not a sustainable way for people to live in this state. And what happens often is that then working people turn to public assistance to meet their basic needs. Even before the pandemic, 1/3 of recipients of cash assistance benefits from the TANF program and 36% of recipients of food stamp benefits in New Hampshire are working families. New Hampshire, and this is pre-pandemic, and I think it's probably only worse, but just to say that these numbers are pre-pandemic numbers. New Hampshire is one of the states with the highest percentages of public assistance funds, with over 60% of those funds going to working families. So we often think of public assistance going to people who are not working, but in fact, 60% of our public assistance funds in New Hampshire go to working families. And these programs provide vital support to these working families, and they need that support because their employers are paying them less than livable wages. And that's a hidden social cost of low wage work that the rest of us are all covering for those employers who choose to pay less than livable wages to their employees. So just wanted to add our voice in support of this bill, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness from the committee room? Seeing none, anyone online with a question? Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next hand is from
David Holt.
Mr. Holt. You're recognized.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I am just calling in on behalf of myself from Somersworth, New Hampshire. What I wanted to address was a previous statement regarding the fact that this was going to be basically causing someone that is only worth $7.25 an hour to be unemployed. That is a bogus perspective to look at. There's no foundation for that. Basically, whatever someone who is doing the most basic work, if they are working full time for a week, they need to be able to afford the basic necessities of life: rent, food, shelter, etc. It is totally objective and farcical to say that someone is only worth $7.25 an hour. I would love to see anybody do some of these jobs, from being a ditch digger all day long to working at a fast food restaurant, etc. There is a lot of work involved, but the basis really that saying 725 is then going to cause these people to be unemployed, it's actually really ridiculous, because the state and government has already recognized that people can't live on this. So these people are actually being, they're having to go for government assistance, which is almost like another job, having to go through the loopholes in order to receive that assistance. And that is being so it ends up that the employer is being subsidized by the rest of the community, rather for doing something that they should actually be paying for themselves. So again, it is totally objective. There's no standing to say that someone is not worth $7.25 an hour. That's really insulting. The basis really needs to be on what would be the minimum for someone to live, which is exactly the intent of the minimum wage, which is also lied about continuously. So again, we need to make sure that we actually have a living wage for all people, and that way people can live in dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness from the committee room? Seeing none, anybody online? Seeing none, thank you again. Are there any other hands from people who wanted to testify on this bill but did not yet get a chance?
I have one more from Viola.
All right. Viola, and I believe we spoke to you last week. Could you refresh for us your last name?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You've just muted yourself.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I'm using my phone for this. Good afternoon, members of the House Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here representing the Granite State Organizing Project. We are a grassroots, nonpartisan institution that brings faith, labor, and community groups to work towards a just world, basically. And I'm here to express my support for HB 107, along with HB 517. I submitted a written testimony for HB 517, so if it's okay, I'd like to speak on HB 107. If the minimum wage had kept pace with the productivity growth from 1938, when the minimum wage was established, today it would be more than $24 an hour. And that analysis was done by a group called Center for Economic and Policy Research. But instead, our minimum wage has really stayed the same at $7.25 an hour. In the meantime, food prices have risen year after year, rent has gone up, healthcare costs, but nothing has been done about our minimum wage in the state. So we should be asking ourselves, why is it okay that we allow such a system that continues to squeeze working people? This body and our entire legislative body in New Hampshire has an opportunity to pass policies such as this and minimum wage bills, basically, that will benefit both workers and local businesses. I know previous speakers have quoted different numbers, and I would like to really, again, share the cost of living here and put that into reality. The National Low Income Housing Coalition did an analysis and study and found out that for a person to afford a 2-bedroom apartment in New Hampshire, they would have to earn at least $23 an hour. And if that person was working at $7.25 an hour, they had to put in 129 hours a week. to afford a 2 modest bedroom apartment. And so that is the reality of what workers in New Hampshire are going through. There's another, a lot has been said about calculators. There's one by the Economic Policy Institute. It's called a family budget calculator. I would encourage all of you to look at that and look at what people in your counties need to actually survive. And an example of that is if there's one working adult with one child in Coast County, they'll need to be making at least $50,000 a year or over $4,000 a month to pay for basic needs such as food, housing, childcare, and transportation, and other necessities that we need to survive. In comparison, a similar family that lives in Hillsborough County would need about $61,000 annually or over $5,000 monthly. And when you calculate that, it translates to $24 an hour at least in Coast County and about $29 in Hillsborough County. So I spoke with a worker today who I was hoping would be on this call to share their story. And he told me that he has to drive from Manchester to Massachusetts because he gets paid over $15 over there. He can't get the same pay here. So he would rather not commute. But even with the cost of gas and the time that he puts in to drive back and forth, he still makes better money in Massachusetts than here. We did hear about how increasing the minimum wage really affects businesses. And a lot of speakers really mentioned this earlier. We know that by raising the wages, people have higher incomes. And with higher incomes comes more spending power for workers. And we know during this pandemic, it's been very difficult for small businesses. But what we should be doing, we should be focusing on making sure that we bring in demand for goods and services in our state so that people are spending money and that money is helping really stimulate the economy. The businesses that shut down were mostly take care to slow down the spread of COVID-19. But that also came due to reduced demand for goods and services because people did not have money to spend. So if we're thinking of helping businesses, we should be thinking of other options like helping businesses with rent subsidies, learning programs, but keeping the minimum wage at $7.25 an hour is not the solution. Again, I submitted my testimony for HB 517. I would like to urge this committee to support HB 107 and HB 517 and vote out to pass. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness in the committee? Anyone online? Thank you again. Any remaining hands?
No, that is all I have.
Seeing none, I have just over 200 signed up ahead of time, 189 in support, 13 opposed, 2 neutral. And with that, I will close the hearing on 517 and turn things over to our chairman. Have the gavel.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to bring my gavel. Just a few announcements. Oh, you got the chair all nice and warm, Brian. Just a few announcements, folks. I did receive a phone call. I did speak last night with Senator Becky Whatley, and she would like the lactation bill, 231, I believe, that we heard, ITL. She'd rather not have it retained. She feels the bill they're working on in the Senate is much more detailed and is hits all the points. It's been reviewed and worked on by a vast majority of groups. Please feel free to verify that. She did speak with Representative Abel and explained the same thing, that's what she would like. Sure, if you have not heard by now, the plan of the speaker is to meet on the 24th and the 25th in session in Bedford. People have asked me if there's going to be any remote, and I have been told there is not. I do not have all the details. I assume they will be out with the calendar, which I just tried to get online and was not there. For those details, we are having exec session please let me know if he will not be here. I already know of one of our members that will not be here next Thursday, so we can exec these things. There are a number of minor amendments to some of the bills that I think we're all in favor of, but it was through some of the conversation that they might be tweaked. Representative Baruti, I would appreciate if you talk to Representative Seaworth offline about the amendment you'd like to present on one of those bills. Make sure they're all into Heather, so she has a copy of them, and to each one of your fellow members. So when we do have executive session, they can be brought up. Please understand, amendments are only allowed in executive session on positive motions, bills. So if the first motion is ought to pass, then amendments can be brought. If the first motion is inexpedient to legislate, amendments can't be brought. I don't like playing the game that who's going to throw the first one out first. So, if you really have an amendment on something, let's make sure we do it the correct way so we don't have any hurt feelings and sour faces here in labor, because we don't do that here. We may not like the final vote, but I don't like to, I'm too old to play parliamentary games with everybody. We're all going to do it the right way, in my opinion. So, any questions of any members? Representative Sullivan.
I'd like to take a point of personal privilege. I think we should continue the tradition of having the chair sing happy birthday to anyone who has a birthday on a day for committee meetings. And today it happens to be Tim Soucy's birthday. So take it away, Mr. Chairman.
Well, why don't you lead us in the song? And I will join.
I have never heard of this tradition.
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Representative Susie.
Tim.
Happy birthday to you.
Go to Longhorn tonight, get a free piece pie. Thank you, Representative. So, anyone else? Thank you very much for your patience this morning, guys. I know there's some long days here. We have another one next Thursday, and then we're really getting down. We have 3 bills to hear, and we're going to try to exec over half of our bills. And then we'll have another meeting probably after that. Hopefully, we can get this done the first Thursday in March with our bills. All right? You know how to get in touch with me. Is that a question?
Yes. I was looking at the email that you sent with the number of bills that we're going to exec next week. And I was looking also at the calendar, and it seemed like the calendar had several additional bills. If you could just check that out. We don't want to prep for bills that we're not actually going to exec. So if you could just double check that and let us know if I'm correct and the lists don't match, if you could let us know which list to use.
Use the calendar, please. What occurred, honestly, is I tried to get that thing out first thing Wednesday morning to help with Heather and her schedule. So I wasn't doing it at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And as I kept reading my stuff and getting emails from all of you responding to some of my things, forgot Brian's last bill that we had to put in the calendar. I guess this one's going to be okay. I can pull an amendment on this one. It's going to be okay. And so I added them with Heather, and then she made those final changes. So my email was to just out of courtesy to let you folks know what was going on, but please go by the calendar.
Thank you.
All right, folks, have a good evening. Be safe.
Thank you.